It's on, Bears fans. We're done. We did it. We survived. We made it through to the end of an incredibly long season. Whew, it was a lot to get all the way through this thing, but we did it. We're here. We're at the end. The Chicago Bears have the number one overall draft pick. And look, it's not like everything's gravy from here, but it's better than where it was. So we don't have, in theory, we don't have to watch any more games of Justin Fields trying to survive. We don't have to watch any more games of whatever was left of the Bears defense by the end. In theory, we get to see exactly what this staff wants to put out, the product that this Chicago Bears organization wants to put out on the field, starting as soon as next year. Yeah, I'm realizing now that I should have the tape up, huh? You're looking at a Premiere Pro window. But so, Jordan, I'm interested to see why you're sad. Jay Sanders, are you here? I do want to mention that, seriously, it is awesome to see Roquan Smith get paid. I got to tell you, Roquan Smith getting paid 5 years, $100 million, $20 million AAV is exactly why I think the trade made sense in the first place. I mean, look, it's not to dunk on Roquan Smith. Look at the Ravens defense before and after, Roquan got traded. But that kind of cheddar, while I understand there are a lot of people that look at the Bears roster right now, they say, oh, the Bears have $120 million of cap space. They can afford to pay a linebacker. It depends on what that linebacker is really doing for your defense. And in the Bears' specific case, I can't help but think that when you're getting, let's not call it equitable, right? When you're seeing that Jack Sanborn can fill the hole at will that Roquan Smith was also that Roquan Smith was playing in, you can recognize that this defense schematically asks for different things from your linebacker and things that are a little bit easier to find, in my opinion. Now, look, okay, so kind of like you're talking about, John. First of all, I agree with you. I'm happy for Roquan. I got to tell you, Josh, I also don't really quite understand how Baltimore's building the roster right now. But that makes it sound like I just hate Roquan, that paying Roquan is some kind of unilateral mistake. And that's not fair to an extremely good football player. I just hold to that in terms of what the Chicago Bears organization is and the setup for their roster, I feel like linebacker, ironically, like with Shaquille Leonard getting paid, you would think that that Eberflus had made his stake on exactly how much a linebacker matters to him, and yet I still can't help but think that linebacker is in many ways an icing position when you're talking about ultra talent, and not as much a cake position. I mean, Jay Sanders, you say how many wins did Sanborn get us? I mean, you're right, but at the same time, by the time Sanborn was playing the defense, no, I mean, honestly, the defense just started to melt down halfway through the season. And while I'd love to point back and say that it was because of Roquan that it melted down, it was beginning to melt down with Roquan on the roster. Because like you're mentioning, they won no games. You're totally right. But at the same time, I struggle to say that Roquan was the impact reason that they beat San Francisco. I struggle to say that the Roquan was the reason that they beat. No, actually, he might have been the reason they beat the Texans. That's for sure. Roquan was actually very, very, very good against the Texans. And then the third win. I know they won a third game, and it is escaping me who they beat and when they beat them. But I'm sure y'all will point it out. All the same, it's not as if Roquan is not super good. He's very good. But I also know it's a Pats. You're right. Roquan I didn't think he was the reason that they beat the Patriots. Frankly, I thought that was, I don't know. I'm a big Eddie Jackson guy. You know that. So when I tell you that I think Jackson was a huge part of the reason that they beat all three of those teams, Jackson had the game sealing pick against San Francisco, plus ultimately kept Trey Lance shorting the ball down the field. Look, it's not that complicated. It's not that uncomplicated. I think this is just a wrong season to talk about wins. when it comes to anybody on the roster. Because, for instance, if we're going to go exclusively off of wins in a 22-game team, or like in a 22-player team, then Justin Fields obviously just flat sucks, despite the fact that he won all his games, honestly, when he was playing some of his poorest football. And then when he started to play his best and most well-rounded football, he went on a 10-game losing streak. Are those two coinciding? I don't always think so. I mean, there is it's not as complicated, right, as saying, or it's not as simple as saying player was good, therefore we won games. But hey, it'll be fun to watch him in the playoffs. It'll be fun to see how the Ravens navigate everything going on this season. And while I agree with you, Jay Sanders, that winning organizations pay their best players and losing organizations go cheap and are complacent, let's remember that the Chicago Bears paid all of their best players. They paid Khalil Mack. They paid Akeem Hicks. They didn't pay Mitch Trubisky, but they paid Eddie Jackson. They paid Danny Trevathan a boatload of money, and all they did was begin to lose. So while I agree with you in principle that good organizations pay their players, in practice, it's not that simple. It never is. Spending a ton of money doesn't automatically guarantee wins. Spending no money definitely doesn't guarantee wins. But while, yes, we made the playoffs 2 times in 4 years, I know you asked earlier, so that's where, if we want to use simplistic simplistic isn't fair. We didn't win any playoff games, Jay Sanders. Like, even in 2018, we didn't win a playoff game. Like, you've got to build a healthy roster, much like what they're doing in Kansas City, much like what they're doing in Buffalo, much like what they're doing, frankly, in Baltimore, though Baltimore is making some different decisions. I just don't think that the Chicago Bears see inside linebacker as the position to pay. When it comes time for it, you're going to see Darnell Mooney getting some money. And it sounds like Cole Kmet's going to get some money too. It won't surprise me if Eddie Jackson, well, they're not going to cut Eddie Jackson, so in a sense, you're paying him because he's got quite a large extension, and continuing to pay that money is, again, in a sense, like, making the choice not to cut somebody in the back part of his contract might as well be giving him a raise, because they build these contracts to cut them down the road. Yeah, no kidding, Myrtle. Cole has to be amped up after that presser. Like, it's a good thing. I think the Bears are in a really good place. Now, it'll be a long road back. Let's see, how much of the championship game did I watch last night? Jack, I watched almost all of it, but not with a fine-tooth comb. While the all-22 view, while the like hybrid all-22 view is better than some NFL broadcast views, like Jordan, it's not the same as the all-22, and I really tried as much as I can when I'm evaluating to stick to the all-22 angle. Let's see, Jordan, you mentioned Kemet having quite the year. Honestly, I feel like Kemet got better. I need to actually watch the film. Look, it is really easy, if I can be honest. Look, it's not like a woe is me, but as a creator, it is really easy to get sucked into groupthink when everybody says John Michael Schmitz is the man, and then you actually go and you watch his film, and I agree with the consensus, but it is so easy to get contorted by everybody is saying that Cole Kemet played really well. So now if I come out and I say that Cole Kemet is not the kind of tight end that I love watching. I love watching these George Kittle types, these alien tight ends, and Kemet's not an alien, right? But I will tell you that watching this game that we're going to watch it together, I would swear to you that Cole Kemet is playing about 10 pounds lighter than he used to over the last couple of years, because he looks thinner, leaner, and faster. And I can't help but think that is a good thing ultimately for his game, because to me, is he separating with hips? Not necessarily, but he looks more dangerous than he has on those like quick screens, on sideline throws, on checkdowns. And while he may never be the guy to go necessarily body somebody up and win over the middle, how you doing, Reinhardt? I think that Cole Kemet getting better makes a lot of sense for somebody isn't he like 24 at this point? Because, John, you mentioned Kemet being able to box people out in the red zone. I don't think he's going to. Like, I hate to bum you out, but I think that most of his touchdowns are going to continue to come either in the back of the end zone as a receiver. Basically, I think they're going to try to turn Cole Kemet into Dawson Knox. Like, I know that that's a very simple name to go with. Khalid, how you doing? But it does feel like Cole is going to attempt to be turned into one of these 240-pound tight ends that can block above his weight and is relatively fast in the open field, even though he's not the best at breaking down and hitting a hard turn. Austin Hooper isn't a bad idea either. Like, that's a good way to put it. But because while I agree with you, Ace, that like Cole's a great Y, but we need a U, I also don't know if the Bears are going to go for that. If anything, I think they're trying to. This is what I'm trying to tell you, Ace, is that it wouldn't surprise me if the Bears actually try to turn him into a U and draft a true Y. Like, that's 100% me just loving Darnell Washington's tape. If you watch the championship game, that's I think he's number 8. Either that or it's number 0. But he's the 270-pound brick house 6'7" tight end that's hard to miss once you start to watch him. I mean, he is violent at the point of attack. He is massive. He hits like a train. And that's the kind of forceful blocker that I'm not 100% certain that Cole Kmet's ever going to be. And that's all right. Nobody's asking him to be. And if he could be a little bit sprier, you've got a 2 tight end room that you can work with. I mean, Jordan, I bring him up because he's different. Like, to me, the magic of Darnell Washington is that when you look at Dalton Kincaid, when you look at Brian Willis, there are a ton of really good tight end options. This is a really good class, honestly. Like, the tight end room, sure, like, I would hope that the Bears do add a tight end one way or another, because I'm starting to study them, and I like them a lot. Michael Mayer is obvious, Drex, but he's going to be really high in the draft. Brock Bowers had himself a heck of a game last night. He's an all-around tight end that wouldn't surprise me if he's in the first round too. Like, there's a bunch of really, really good tight ends in this class. All kinds of them, Evan. Like, you mentioned, inline and move. So a decent way to think about it, Evan, is a move tight end is Trey Burton from a couple years ago. I hope you've been alive long enough to have watched the 2018 Bears. Not that I cite them all the time, but I pull Bears players to try to help all you wonderful Bears fans understand players without me having to reach for like Kansas City. So a U tight end is like Zach Ertz, is like Trey Burton. Generally speaking, it's a smaller tight end that is better at route running. Think like big wide receiver, right? But not like Justin Jefferson. But in terms of his role, Jimmy Graham is another decent example of a U tight end. And that's the problem, John. You asked, does that make Shaheen inline? The other tight end option is your Y. That's more what Cole Kemet does. Whether he is or isn't, that's up to you. But it's a Mercedes Lewis in theory. But in many cases, honestly, the Y tight end can be kind of whatever you want to make it. Because it's a blocker first and foremost, but he catches a whole lot of passes, and sometimes you'll get a wide tight end like Jason Witten that catches a billion passes because he's amazing at getting into the right spots and zones, catching the ball and turning around. Heath Miller's a classic Y from back in the day with the Steelers, but most of the Bears wide tight ends that I could bring up to you, like oh my goodness, what on earth is the name that I'm thinking of? Like It's Kellen Davis from back in the day. Like, Bears wide tight ends have not been great to the team overall. And Desmond Clark, honestly, Akusai, I would argue that he's closer to a U, if I'm remembering his body type correctly. Like, when I would have sworn I went back and watched Desmond Clark, I saw a thinner, sleeker player than I remembered, though tight end didn't really have those distinctions then. Like, Greg Olsen was absolutely a U, but Greg Olsen was as U as you gets. Deion Sims is a great example of a wide tight end. Martellus Bennett was like a nice split between, but yeah, at this point we're digging a little too deep. Like, Jordan, to me, when I think of Mercedes Lewis, I don't think of a bad thing. That's the problem, right, Jordan? Like, production is something that people obsess over, as they should in many cases. Why obsess over a player that isn't producing results? But Mercedes Lewis is a large part of what makes that Packers engine go, and that doesn't mean that the Bears have to have one, because it doesn't bother me. It's more to say that, like you're talking about, as I watch more tight ends, Jordan, I worry that Darnell Washington is literally so popular that you couldn't possibly get good value for him, because popularity does drive a lot of these selections. And when you've got a 6'7" brick house, you think to yourself, I could get more. I could get more than that. But okay, I got you. Yeah, no, thank goodness we're on the same page then, because it's like, to me, I don't have a problem seeing Mercedes Lewis. Like, if you can play in the league, you can play in the league, especially if you're good at what you do. But that's a whole separate question on just how this is all going to work. Is Ditka Y not relatable? We'll see. John, if you, in case you're asking me seriously, who's going to replace Monty, it won't surprise me. Look, call it a feeling, but based on the way that the Bears are going to utilize Herbert in the game that we're actually going to watch, yes, we are. You've got to think about it like a preseason game, and then it makes sense. Tony Pollard makes a lot of sense. Like, I haven't watched enough of Pollard's tape to know whether he's the kind of guy that can handle 3 downs. Maybe they'll be rotating him and Herbert more than I realize, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if the Bears want a running back that can catch, that can run, and they can run, or catch and run with crazy burst. And yes, Reinhardt, they said that they want him back, but and he wants to be back, but the number matters. I can't help but wondering whether that's just GM jockeying. Look, I am really trying to parse everything as fairly as I can. That doesn't mean I'm going to get it all right? It just means to me that when I hear them talk about how much they love Monty, it reminds me of the way that they talked about Roquan. Yes, Myrtle, that's exactly what I thought, versus somebody like Darnell and Cole Kemet, where, look, Poles has a bad habit of letting things slip. Like, did we all catch in Poles' presser today that he pretty much made it as plain as possible that he doesn't think that anybody on the Bears, in the Bears receiving room right now is a wide receiver 1. Those were his own words. I've had my own complaints about the concept of wide receiver 1. Like, is that really how we should talk about receivers? But Poles said it, not me. And then he tried to backtrack and say maybe one of these guys could grow into that role. But he said what he said, to at least from what I heard, and it sounded an awful lot like, we know we don't have a wide receiver 1 and we need to go find one. So we'll see what they do about it, because I don't know. But it does feel as if to me that, Monty's Fields hug felt like a goodbye hug. Monty did a lot of stuff, MJ, that... yeah, it was, John. It was really awkward. Let's see. Yeah, Reinhardt, 100%, highlighting his own shortcomings with his first swing. I got to tell you, though, if there's one thing that makes me upbeat, not just about the team this year, like, sure, they're in a great resource-heavy position, but, like, oh, by the way, if it's not obvious, tonight's stream is going to be a little bit different than most of them, because the game that we have to watch is only so helpful. Like, the offensive tape's actually pretty neat. It really is. Like, the Bears trotted out a bunch of stuff, especially in the run game, that from a design perspective, it just adds to the Rolodex. John, it wouldn't surprise me if we're going to finish by midnight. I really want to. I would like to sleep a decent amount. This game is not that important, but this is going to be very, look, I don't want to call it train of thought. I'm going to walk with you guys on where you want to go. It probably should. Like, honestly, Reinhardt, I think it works. Like, it does. Let's see. Probably Evan, I would keep Michael Thomas away from it. But, like, we're at the end of the season. We're not going to go through, and we're not going to wrap up literally every game. That would be, oh gosh, that would just be so much. But what we are going to do, especially because we kind of wrapped up everything at the bye week, that was the irony of this season, right? The Bears had so little to play for in the last 4 weeks that when we did our, like, looking back, looking forward at the bye week, we pretty much said everything there was to say about this team, and it was just a matter of waiting until they got the number 1. We can talk draft scenarios. Absolutely we can. We're not going to be talking specific players because we need more data. As much as I know people complain about it, the combine helps. I mean, getting hard testing numbers, even if they're pro day numbers, from a lot of these guys really do, like, it helps answer questions from what you see on tape, in my opinion. For engagement, I think, Reinhardt, it makes a lot of sense. Like, it won't, or I think that's a legitimate good idea, where we go through and we talk about one of the playoff games, very JT O'Sullivan style, where it's just like, pick one I like and go with it. But we'll get there as we go, because I really do think that's a good idea. Evan, I like your math on that. Paying Deron Payne a 3-year, $5 billion a year contract. I mean, frankly, that seems like a bit of a discount, don't you think? So you mentioned, Jordan, that today so I want to talk about Poles' presser. Right? Not because it was like earth-shattering, but because, Reinhardt, you mentioned something that I think is really core. I think we would all agree that Chase Claypool, so far through half of a season, can I add any more asterisks for the people who would get mad at me if I didn't add asterisks, isn't living up to what is now the 32nd pick in the draft. That's a low first rounder most years. This year, it's the 33rd, isn't it? Nope, it's 32nd. We're number 1. Man, I really talked myself into number 2. But so within that, like, I can't help thinking, let's see, 2.5 years before that as well. 2.5 years of what? But so anyways, the point is, in my opinion, the most important thing that the Chicago Bears need is they need people at the start. Okay, hang on. I'm going to read the chat in a moment. Let me get this point out because it's really easy to get distracted by all of y'all's wonderful thoughts. But so, to me, the worst thing that the Bears could have is a scout rather than a value finder. To me, Ryan Pace is a fabulous example of what happens when you have a scout in a GM position, and he's going to not let anything stop him from getting the guy that will fix all of the problems. Jimmy Graham's contract is a great example of that. Danny Trevathan's second contract is an example of rewarding that. Robert Quinn's contract, for better or for worse, is a great example of that. Khalil Mack move. Ryan Pace operated the franchise in the way that a lot of people want their organizations to do it, and every time he missed, which is natural of any scouting process, it really hurt the Bears. Anthony Miller not working out really hurt the Bears. The fact that the Bears couldn't cobble together a decent offensive line from 2019 on really hurt the Bears. Look, we could keep going if you want to, but anything from the fact that Goldman tailed off as hard as he did, to the fact that they couldn't really replace the secondary with Buster Skrine as much as they wanted to, these things started to chip away at the foundation, and ultimately the Trubisky pick not working out really hurt the Bears. With Ryan Poles, my hope would be that he plays the value well and that he leaves the scouting to the scouts. That's not to say that I think he's a crappy scout. It's not about that. It's really about as simple things like, right now they seem to be prioritizing athletes. That may change as players don't work out, but we started to see Velus suddenly come on at the end, and that's neat. The point is, if Ryan Poles understands that you need more bites of the apple, and Ryan Poles understands taking a shot at something, but maybe most importantly, not doubling down on a mistake, I feel good about the general direction of the Chicago Bears franchise, because they will maximize their bites at the apple, even if those bites aren't as pure as things were with Pace. Or think about Pace's latter rounds. Pace had a very good eye for finding talent in the later half of the draft, but he cost himself so many draft opportunities with trade-ups that he just couldn't fill a roster full of quality players easily enough. There just wasn't enough there. Like, don't get me wrong, Reinhardt, I hear you. Like, taking the Steelers guy, like Veach, Ozzie, I don't hate scouts. It's not like I'm begging for a deliberate nerd. It's more to say, Reinhardt, that to use Claypool as an explicit example, Chase Claypool right now hasn't been good enough. Ryan Poles all but came out and said, no, we're not extending Claypool. He hasn't shown us he's worth an extension. Good GMs make mistakes. Good GMs add the wrong player. Bad GMs double down on the wrong player and cost the franchise long term. You can move along. You can move on from losing the 32nd pick in the draft. You can recoup the 32nd pick in the draft with a massive trade down with God knows who out of number 1. What you can't do is fix the fact that you paid Chase Claypool $15 million a year on hopes and prayers, and then he never lived up to being that player. To me, that's the difference. And when I look at Ryan Poles, and when I hope to myself of what Ryan Poles might be, it is a guy who, okay, I'll tell you, this is me as a fan being hopeful. I hope he gets better as a scout. Like, it's not a question of I hope that the evaluations get better. I hope that the players that they pick get better. I also want to pick all of the good players, don't you? Like, whatever they do. Demo, we will get a passionate Peterman breakdown a little bit. Boyle sucked. Sorry, bud. But, because Peterman actually didn't play that badly, which is weird, but it's real. Anyways, we'll get to that later. The point is, to me, Ryan Poles will really win me over if he can continue to play value. Now, if I got to choose, I don't want him to go full Chris Ballard. Right? Ballard's assembled a hell of a roster, but because he doesn't take any chances, now Ballard's back into a corner where his job is on the line on whether or not he can find a quarterback or not. It is bananas, right? Like, don't get me wrong, it's not that easy. It's not a choice between Joe Douglas or Ryan Pace. There is a middle. There is a thread to be threaded here, but I can't help thinking that Poles' choices so far. Let me see. You'll say everyone can demo. Hard part is building. Absolutely. Rudy Ochoa, help me when you say who's that, what team? Oh, Ballard is Colts. Ballard, Julian, to your point, Ballard may sell us his soul for Bryce Young because he was backed into the same corner. J2K, you mentioned, I'm curious how much trading for Claypool had to do with how poorly Velus Jones started the season. J2K, I think there's a little bit of that, and I think the Bears were trying to find a better option than free agency. And third, I really believe that Ryan Poles thought wins were inevitable. I don't think that Ryan Poles traded for Chase Claypool and thought to himself, we are going to lose every single game from here. I will tell you, in my opinion, Reinhardt, like you're saying, anybody can demo. Honestly, if you asked me right now to hand out grades for, grades for Matt Eberflus, that doesn't work. I'm going to do MEB, or else it looks like me. For Ryan Poles, and then is there anybody else we want to grade? Because I guess it should just be these two. Right. To me, at least, I can't help handing them out. Yeah, I probably would. Akusai. Talk too much. Then sure. Getsy. Why not? We'll go Luke Getsy. I am going to bore everybody here because if you made me grade all of these people, I would tell you that, sure, Alan Williams is another one. I would say that we're getting a not complete, we're getting a not complete, we're getting a not complete, we're getting a not complete. To me, from the moment they started to sell off all the parts on the roster, from the moment they started to not take any free agents, from the moment that they started to demo, like you're talking about, Reinhardt, I can't help looking at everybody in this saying, all right, you clearly aren't done. Like, you didn't try to sure, Jordan, but the end result at the moment isn't there, right? Getting the number 1 overall pick is part of the plan. It's what they do with it that pays it off, right? This is like, I don't know. I wish I had a better metaphor. Like, while I sure think that there's a lot of teams out there that try to win every single year, I also think that's part of why the Pittsburgh Steelers haven't been able to build up a roster around decent core pieces because they continue to invest in the team every single year. And lo and behold, they continue to go 9-8, 8-9, 9-8, 8-8, 8-8, 9-8. Like you're saying, Reinhardt, I mean, none of the talent that they acquired was long-term talent. So you could argue that Byron Pringle, Lucas Patrick, and everybody in between was a bunch of placeholders, but that's the best and most positive argument you can say about the fact that by the end of the season, Byron Pringle is he was just completely useless. I mean, he was being outplayed by N'Keal Harry, Equinemius St. Brown, and Velus Jones, which is not the Byron Pringle that we saw in Kansas City. To your point, yeah, when you say burning picks on wide receivers, do you mean Velus or do you mean let me see. Do you mean Velus or do you mean that 3rd round pick that they burned because they signed Pringle and screwed it I'm trying to think of a better word, and wasted it. We'll say that because you're right. I mean, if they went full so far, you're 100% there, Reinhardt. Like, just because they've added athletes in Velus and Chase doesn't mean that they've yielded results. Like, there's a lot of wrong in this roster. And while I do think that we're going to see on tape that Chase Claypool was open a fair amount in today's game, you got to remember that Minnesota basically took cues from the Bears this game, and they didn't really play anybody either. So it's a preseason game. Like, I would argue that the funniest part about this game is that it is two teams of people that were both resting people for varying reasons. I still cannot believe that we actually watched a real football game in which the Bears pulled their current quarterback twice. 3 times technically. Like, Nathan Peterman got a quarter, and then they pulled him for Tim Boyle. They pulled Boyle to put Peterman back in, and they pulled Peterman again to play Boyle in a real regular season game. Like, that was bananas. Reinhardt, what do you mean? Like, Ray Farmer, because you don't know if you could come back from that, like from Chase or from Peterman and whatnot. Let's see. Oh, Akusai, they tried. Like, they sure tried to rotate right guard and frankly left guard too. Let me see. Let me go back up. Julian. No, well, Julian, this isn't the last All 20 Tuesday. It's the last in-season All 20 Tuesday. We'll change the cadence a little bit as we go. I think playoff All 20 Tuesdays do make sense for pushing things out to other crowds. I think that during the season, we'll do a couple of draft All 20 Tuesdays where we can just go through a ton of stuff. The draft stuff gets me demonetized, and I just don't think I care. For you guys, I will endure working for free. Wink. Let me see, Akusai. I'm reading way up, so I'll catch you guys in a moment. Let's see. We're talking about midnight jokes. Yeah, I think we lost it. That's fine. Look, I am by no means trying to suggest that I think that I'm saying the game was faked. I don't know about faked, but I'm with John that it was as close to a thrown game as I've ever seen. Evan, it's because somebody almost always like has the rights to the draft footage, so they come in and copy claim it. Let me see, is the backup quarterback's going to stay the same for next year? I don't know. That's a good question. Let me see. What I think I would look at, let's see, group incentives. Yeah, we'll get there. The main thing that I'm thinking about when it comes to the current state of the Bears organization, look, guys, I really try, while I am as positive as I am, because generally I am, like, the best part about this show, I think, is that I'm going to show you the film, and if you disagree, you get to say so, and you don't have to take my word for it. I'm just going to tell you from what I can tell, and if things don't match up with what I say, I really go to work and try to change my process. I really do. Like, if Fields doesn't end up working, I'm going to learn a lot about what makes a quarterback work in the NFL, because while the supporting cast is really awful, hey, at the end of the day, you are what your record says you are, to some extent. Yeah, let's get to 69 likes. That's nice. Scott, thanks so much. Basically, when I look at this Bears team and this organization, I would tell you, I find it refreshing that they are doing things differently than they have in the past. It's clear that they have a type. That type is extremely athletic, but that was also a one-season type. To your point, Reinhardt, Ryan Pace, to use an example, you want to talk about how every GM can change? Ryan Pace tried like hell to draft athletic projects for the longest time, whether it was Adam Shaheen, whether it was Mitch Trubisky, whether it was, Kevin White. He seemed to look for, in the top 2 rounds, I'm going to take a stud that may not work out, but you know what? I'm going to get my stud. And then Emery also went athletic with John Bostic, 100%, Leonard Floyd, Eric, 100%, and then he changed. He drafted Roquan Smith right before the 2018 season because it seems to me that he decided that approach wasn't working. And that's not to say that Poles is going to flip immediately. It's more to say, Reinhardt, that I'm going to be watching like a hawk, and the next bunch of moves are going to make a big difference to me in terms of how I view like Ryan Poles, because it sure shouldn't be as simple as pull up his Raz card, and if it's green, Poles likes him. But at the same time, you would hope that, especially at receiver, they change what they're doing, because I can't help thinking that what they have going on, it's not awful, but we can do more. I mean, spending pick number 32 on Chase Claypool, who right now he's a helpful person to have on the, like, we'll play the film. He is the frustrating piece about Chase Claypool if you ask me, is that Chase Claypool is a massive ball of raw talent that now 3 years into the league, you're wondering how polished he's ever going to get. And if he doesn't get any more polished, what role is he? Because is he a physical outside receiver? Got to be honest with you guys, not really. Is he a twitchy inside slot receiver? Got to be honest, not really. But Reinhardt, I don't blame you for being a skeptic, because right now a lot of us are going off positivity, because to be negative puts you in a dark place. Like, I got to be honest, Reinhardt, like if we're negative at this stage, just being blunt, then what is there? Right? Like, are we hoping that polls would then prove us wrong, or are we just waiting for the shoe to drop? Right? There, to me, I like to think that we're right in the middle. But I know that, to be honest, I like to be moderate, but I skew positive. Like, it's just the truth. Like, when they make a Chase Claypool move, I go, hell yeah. I love the athleticism. We're going to fix him. And then I go, why did I think we were going to fix him? Of course, he looks exactly like it. And yeah, Drex, that's 100% true. Look, guys, I'm not actually going to change how I do what I do. Like, I'm going to learn as best that I can whenever I go. And Akusai, like you're mentioning, there's always a bust for everybody. Like, for everybody's... Okay, I hate putting it... Look, I'm going to say something potentially controversial, okay? If you asked me right now, who am I more confident in? I'm more confident in Kyler Gordon than I am of Jaquan Brisker, despite the fact that it seems like the general public thinks the opposite. Kyler Gordon, to me, has given us a nice, like, okay, so Kyler Gordon started here, lowest as it got. I mean, I think statistically, because of the early parts of the season, he's the worst corner in the league. But what he's shown us is some upward trajectory. He is getting better. And when he plays on the outside, he actually looks like a decent CB2. For a rookie corner, you know what? That's really not that bad. With Jaquan Brisker, we saw him start out with coverage busts and man coverage issues against the 49ers. We talked about it during the game. But the moment that, at the moment, maybe partially because Eddie Jackson's not here anymore, it feels like he's still the same player. And like you're saying, Myrtle, I think that Eddie Jackson missing time does a lot. I think that it's almost like a sub linebacker role, right? Like it's Adrian Amos, but it's even more close to the line. Fits Jaquan Brisker. If memory serves, Jaquan Brisker, this isn't a joke, is fourth in the rookie class in sacks, which is hilarious. So you want to talk about somebody producing out of position, like, there you go. But, and Jordan, I agree with you. I mean, you want to talk about a player giving the space, like having the gravitas of 2 football players minimum. It feels to me like Eddie Jackson played as if he was both safeties at once. But no, Jordan, you're not. Like, I think Kyler Gordon is beginning to look nice and twitchy. Now, does that mean he's going to be incredible, right? You know as well as I do, George. We just don't know yet. But the fact that the arrow is pointing up in any direction, I think is all you're looking for from a rookie DB. You're not expecting that kind of player to hit the league and immediately succeed, though you definitely want better than he's giving up a completion on almost literally every single play. Or that he gets targeted on. That was unacceptable, and we all know that. But now we're starting to see Gordon make plays. And it's not as simple as, hey, he caught some picks, right? He's putting himself in smart positions. He's reading the field well. He's falling off when he needs to fall off. I'm really excited about the growth that we've seen because the athlete is there. I mean, the athlete, I mean it, looks like, okay, so Jordan, I know we talked about this during draft season. Jordan and I went back and forth on a guy named Roger McCreary, Auburn corner, that projected somewhere between outside corner and nickel because he was a really good player that was awfully small. And in that same way, when I watch Kyler Gordon, I feel like I see the mobility of a first rounder baked into a smaller body than the NFL wants in an outside corner right now. So does that make Gordon a nickel? Well, Flus wants him to play nickel because nickel is one of the most important positions in the defense. When he puts him at nickel, it's not a demotion. Right? It's like in his eyes, in Eberflus's eyes, that's a very important position. That's a promotion. And he drafted Gordon to play nickel. when we then get to, but the point is that when I watch Kyler Gordon, I can even see him as an athletic project and be okay with that because he breaks like nobody else on the team. Eddie Jackson can't break like that. I mean, some of the ways that Kyler Gordon moves his hips, his feet, the lateral mobility, the ability to stop start, the everything in Kyler's game is something that Kindle Vildor just can't do. Like, his body can't do that. Eddie Jackson's body can't do that. It is exceptional watching him play good football. We just haven't seen a lot of it, to be honest with you. Like, at times, Gordon didn't look like he had any idea what he was doing out there. I mean, whether it was lost in the defense, whether it was just getting fooled by getting fooled by an offense that's very good, or maybe most important, I do feel like what really caught Kyler Gordon is that he played on a healthy Washington defense and then started for the Bears in a position where he started for the Bears in a position where he couldn't trust the defensive line, and as he learned nickel corner, basically had to trigger on the run that much faster, and nobody got fooled by play action more than Kyler Gordon. Jordan, that's the thing. Like, I know you're not trying to be salacious when you talk about Kyler being outside and Blackwell in line to start at nickel. I hear you, and maybe that's what ends up happening. I can just relay that it is clear to me that Kyler Gordon was drafted to play the nickel, and Flus seems to see that as a good thing. Maybe there's a degree of, we know we're tanking, fail at nickel, and if you fail at nickel, I'll bump you to outside corner. Maybe there's a degree of that, but at least watching the defense, the nickel is going to ultimately face bigger threats than I think your outside corner will when you're playing the cover 2 that the Bears like to play. When you're playing all this cover 1 and cover 3, the outside corner looks awfully important, doesn't it, Jalen Jones? But in Eberflus's defense as he played it in Indianapolis, which we can only assume he wants to eventually get back to, it's a ton of cover 2. And that in particular will, I don't know if it'll mute Kyler Gordon, but it'll make Kyler Gordon a little bit less important. That's for sure. But so anyways, that man can make love like a hurricane at the beach. Goodness, that's an image. But so the point is that, like you're talking about, Reinhardt, like it's a little weird looking at Pace's or like Poles' last draft class, because did he get nothing out of those first 2 picks? Not necessarily. Gordon's is for like a perfectly decent corner at this point, and the arrow, I don't know if it's pointing like way up, but at least it's pointing up. And ideally, Brisker is the, speculation. You talk about Brisker getting flat-footed. Look, I'll say it this way. Ideally, we end up looking at Brisker the same way we look at Kemet, where we say, hey, you know what? Maybe you're not who I hoped you were, but you're still perfectly all right. And that's a controllable rookie contract. That's the kind of thing that helps you win football games. It really is. Not everybody can be a stud all the time on your defense, but if the Bears come away with a really good defensive line, if they upgrade at linebacker a little bit with Bobby Okereke, that I think is practically written in the stars, and I agree with you, Reinhardt, definitely less value than what those receivers were worth. My hope is that Ryan Poles has learned a lesson with receivers, because that position has to get fixed. But then looking at this next draft, I mean, Ryan Poles went from 39 to, or 30, 36, like 39 to 49 to 71, all the way down to like 160 or something like that. That last draft class, it's not to say that there was nothing there. It's to say that it was a short clip. That's for sure. Let me see. Just keep who off the sauce in particular. Let's see at Scott with what contract we get D-Hop for 5 or less. Yeah, we'll see. With DeAndre Hopkins is an interesting one. Look, actually, let's just pass like butter through some tape. Remember, you're watching preseason style tape. So in particular, when we go through this tape, keep your eyes on the individual players. Right? Sure, results, but we're not really talking about game feel, are we? Right? We're not talking about like how important this or that or like this play or that play was to the feel of the game. The Bears set out to lose it, and boy did they. So make sure you pay extra attention, honestly, to like Cole Kemet is a particular person to watch. Newly re-signed Equanimeous St. Brown. David Montgomery's final game in Chicago, RIP. Larry Borum plays a pretty poor right guard. If you want to take this game and point it out to Olin Kreutz, this is your opportunity to do so. I think there's a chance that Whitehair played his last game in Chicago as well. He does not play super great this game, which kind of sucks. There's just a couple too many moments watching Whitehair where for 65% of the game he's fine, and then there are these like gaps where he just gets flat out bad and makes a straight up play killing mistake. Like I mean, it is bizarre to me watching Whitehair's tape because it's just so inconsistent. Turu, you mentioned wouldn't he be a good backup to have? Do you mean Whitehair? Maybe, but you got to remember that he's being paid $13 million this year. And so let's go ahead and pass through. Bears start out, they're going to do a lot of running the ball, even though I know they start out with a pass. And ESB catches a pass. Hooray. Don't we love it? Number 1 pick Tuesday is exactly right, censored. Here we are. Like, we're going through Bears tape. They're just going to run a basic, like, crossers pattern that they've been running where they get, it looks like post Cole Kemet on a curl with, like, I think this is just called shallow cross, honestly. Let's see. I love it. Rob's lukewarm takes is hilarious. The only problem, Reinhardt, is that it only makes sense. It's not totally it would sound like psychobabble unless you had the visual chat there. If I had a TTS reader, it would never go off. John, if you think we're not walking through parts of the Texans play, like, you're on crack, because if you think I don't already have the tape pulled up of that Texans game, you're crazy. That was so improbable. Like, break out your calculator, because I don't know what the I don't know what AWS would say about the probability about any of that stuff. But yeah, Scott, St. Lovey and Davis Mills, like, unreal. I cannot believe the 4th and 20 that happened. Do we want to watch that first? Like, do we want to get to, should we just do that now? Like, honestly, you tell me, because that's what sets this up, right? Like, we go there. You know what? I agree with you, Julian. Like, it's faster, right? Let's see, which tape is this? That's the defense. Let's do this. Gotta pay respect to the neck. So the funniest part, like, okay, we're not going to go through the whole game, I promise. But what was wild about this game was watching just how inefficient the Texans were. Because if you guys were like me, you probably also watched a lot of this game. So the Texans started out hot, sure. But then, especially in the second half, the Bears they would blow first down, they would blow second down, and they would leave Davis Mills in nothing burger third down situations that he had to convert, and he just kept finding it. Like, I don't know. Davis Mills came out with a point to prove in this game that he belongs in the league, in his opinion. Oh man, if Lovey announced a first overall pick, that would be so fun. Maybe not first overall, but like, that would be so fun. Like, let me see. They were doing the Bears thing too. Mills would complete a handful of passes, and you get a Driscoll signing. Drex, they've been doing that for 4 weeks. That's a real thing that these Texans have done. That they push they will pull Mills, put in Driscoll to do a running quarterback play, and then they will put Mills back in the game. It's collegiate. I mean, it's the kind of thing that like Kansas State would do when they didn't have a quarterback, and they'd have one guy who was a bad thrower, but that was better than the horrible thrower, and he would do everything. But so the Texans start red hot, and I'm sure you and me, like all of us within this, were just like, what? The Texans are playing? I mean, especially watching it in total juxtaposition to the Chicago Bears game, where the Bears started with Peterman, and immediately, it was as if Luke Getsy, I hate to be all tinfoil hatty again, it was as if Luke Getsy would just find ways to blow a drive here and there. And not in like a wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Like in a, hey, 3rd and 8, let's just call a run up the middle. Like, here's Driscoll's running play. He's not exactly Justin Fields. That's okay, Jeff. Good try. We should never be here, Evan. What do you mean? Like, let's see, Khalid. Texans at least have a line. They do. I mean, let's see. You mentioned 88. Is 88? No. 88's not. Is 88 Atkins? Yeah, 88 the tight end. He's big. He's fast. Getsy realized Peterman was honestly, Haplo. You joke, but it was as if he said, "Oh shoot, this is working too well. Put in Boyle." And like, okay, so 2nd and 10. Like Davis Mills hit some strikes over the middle. I was shocked that the Colts couldn't defend this any better, but the Colts had next to nothing left. Like, it's hilarious watching this game. And I agree with you, Scott. Jordan Atkins is a bit underused. Okay, so Scott, what I have heard, because I was talking to a Giants guy, the Giants cut Jordan Atkins. So what changed, right? Jordan Atkins apparently doesn't block almost at all. So he's a Jimmy Graham style tight end in that if he's not catching the ball, he's not doing anything. And yeah, why defend when you win? Well, yes, Reinhardt. But then you get that second half comeback that's like, if they're trying to lose, they're not succeeding. Like that, I think, Reinhardt, that's where my head was at, is both of these staffs looked like they were trying. And that was really what blew my mind, because both of these staffs gained a ton by losing. Jordan, I still think you're going to get your chance for Okereke. Maybe Buckner. I doubt it, but it's not impossible. I mean, you got to remember that I have told myself this. So the Bears, first of all, snipe, like respect to the tank commander, the neck. Like Davis Mills came out and said, "Hey, get me a career." Boom. Snipe in the back of the end zone to Brandon Cooks, who I do want to watch Brandon Cooks run a route. Look, he's not coming to the Bears. Let me just go ahead and dispel that rumor ASAP. Like, if you go, like, let's see, run, snap. You know, the funny thing is, when you stare at a route like this from Brandon Cooks, who's coming out of the backfield, does any of this look like, does this really look that special? Not really. Not every route in the NFL from a good receiver is as simple as, I rule and I'm going to show it to you. Truly, not every time. Like, it's wild to me watching somebody like Brandon Cooks, not because he's bad. That's not the point. It's more because it's easy to think that every route Cooper Kupp is going to look runs is going to look generational. That's just not how it works. Like, you'll see that ability from Devontae Adams sometimes. Not all the time, though. Plenty of times he's just going to run to the right spot, turn around, and toe tap. Like, easy, right? Not hard. But so, main reason I don't see Cooks coming is because the Bears are still rebuilding. So I don't think that'll work. So here's my thought, okay? If I'm the Bears, because the Texans, we got Houston, we got Arizona, and we got Indy. So, Indy and Houston are obviously divisional opponents, if you can't tell by the game that we're watching. And I can't help but think that that's going to create some serious demand for number one, because not only does each team get to deny the other one, like the first overall pick if they trade up to get it, but they get their own quarterback. One other thing that helps, you got to remember, Chris Ballard, guys, we love this, don't we? Chris Ballard is in the same position that Ryan Pace was in 2020. It was 2020, right? Let's go 2021, just so that I can get the years right. Because technically Pace did this in 2020, but I digress. Chris Ballard is probably 1 year from being fired, if not anybody else would have been fired, but he's so tight with Irsay that he keeps the job for now, right? I get that same vibe from Irsay and Ballard that I did from Pace and McCaskey, where it's like, if you guys didn't like each other so much, he would be gone, but instead he's not for some reason. I mean, like you're saying, Myrtle, I don't think this is unreal, because the Colts 2024 first round could be really high, but I don't think Ballard cares that the 2024 first round might be high if Ballard can't see the team through, right? Like you're saying, Julian, when you say, like, exactly, Eric, he's got to hope that a new quarterback buys him some time. And if it costs him a 2024 first rounder, Eric, to get a 3-year extension, locking him into $12 more million for him and his family, he will do it. But, guys, what he might not want to do is he might not want to pay that second rounder. So here's the question, right? Let's say you could get a trade package of number 4, number 36, a 2024 first rounder. God, I'm terrible at writing 2024. First. And then I'm just going to put like a little plus, right? Because maybe there's more. That's not important. Can we just agree to simplify conversation and say 436 first rounder, 436 first rounder, 436 first rounder. Good enough. Like the change, the upgrade, the downgrade, like getting a third rounder in and out. Like leave it all. Let's just have an easy conversation where it's these three. Jordan, here's what I think is so interesting because I think Ballard is in this predicament. I think Ballard needs this pick. So it wouldn't surprise me if the Bears could get DeForest Buckner for the basic price of 36, where you would get number 4. You would get the 2024 first. You would take Buckner off the Colts roster, and you'd probably still be able to get back like a third or something, maybe a fourth. At that point, I don't know, maybe. Buckner's really good. Like, Buckner's top 5 at his position. Because Jay Sanders, Buckner will be 29. So he's not 30 yet. And he's not going to be 30, or Buckner 30, or like immediately. It's more to suggest that I think that, because I'm with you, Julian. Like, I would love more than that. Like, I would love 436 2024 first and also Buckner. Like, sure. Well, I get it. But I can't help but think that when I look at this Colts situation, I find it hard to believe that Chris Ballard will give up 36 because 36 is Cole Kemet. Like, 36 is the pick that you sell to the rest of your franchise, right? 36 is you saying, okay, we got Bryce Young and we got Cody Mauch. We got Bryce Young and we got, Mazai Smith. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, that pick, 36, is the pick that you're selling to people that's going to change your franchise with your quarterback. Maybe you can't. Like, but the thing, or what I'm thinking, Jay Sanders, is that if you moved back to 4 and you got Buckner, look, I'm not trying to say for better or for worse. Like, I would still take 436 2024 first. That's sweet. But exactly like you're saying, Harrison, just like we got Field and Jenkins, it's a thing. Like, if you move back to 4, you can take your Will Anderson, your Tyree Wilson. You could go from 4 back to 9, pick up another second rounder from Carolina. Like, that's the thing, Reinhardt. I tend to agree. Carter could be Quinnen Williams. Carter could be DeForest Buckner. Buckner's the genuine article. That's not to say that you're not risking injury, but Buckner's expensive and the Bears have money. The Bears, frankly, need to spend some money. J2K, how often do player trades happen at draft time? I don't think it's all that often. J2K, this would happen sooner. I tend to think, J2K, because it's the number 1 pick, and because when you sign the number 1 pick, or like when you trade for the number 1 pick, you control the draft. It'll happen pre-draft. Like, if that makes you feel better, it's a thing where people will, like, for instance, people will trade for the San Francisco traded for number 3 because they knew. I'll tell you that if you went from 4 to 9, picked up an extra second, and grabbed Tyree Wilson, I'd be just about over the moon. Like, if you had DeForest Buckner, Deron Payne, Tyree Wilson, and you figured something out at defensive end, that would rule. That would be a really awesome defensive line. And who's to say Tyree Wilson's going to be a super stud? I don't know, but he's an alien. Like, we watched some 2021 film, and I feel like he got quite a bit better in 2022. Like, because I'm there for you, Jordan, where it's like, if we could get Will Anderson, like that works. Don't get me wrong, because he's very, very good. I just know that the Bears, looking at this team, this Colts team, they fit Yannick in, so it's clear that they could fit Anderson in if they wanted to. But if they also wanted to add a bunch of capital so that they could take a second round tackle, whether that's Darnell Wright, whether that's I forgot his name, Jordan, the Ohio State tackle that isn't Paris Johnson, super long, he's massive human being, like they could take a Josh Downs, they could take all kinds of stuff, right? Because I'm with you, John. Like, you get like Payne, Buckner, Anderson, you get Payne, Broderick Jones is sweet, AGM. Rashee Rice, I'll tell you, I'm incredibly interested to watch in the Senior Bowl because his SMU film is weird. Like, Rashee Rice is explosive. Rashee Rice is really big. Rashee Rice plays 40% of the game and literally stands on the field for the other 60% because the play isn't targeting him. Rashee Rice has some breaks. Rashee Rice is not running every route with his brakes on. Like, it's interesting to watch his film, and I really want to see him at that Senior Bowl. The Senior Bowl is great for answering questions like that. If you know what you're watching for, that's why I'm going, to try to answer stuff like that. I'm glad I got to watch him because now I understand what you're talking about. Yeah, you could go Payne, Buckner, Carter. You could, but I don't think you're going to get the value out of Carter that you want in that case. I know you're joking. Poles isn't paying Payne and Buckner. He's cheap. Jay Sanders, I don't think he's cheap. I think he has a specific idea of what he wants to pay. An inside linebacker isn't that, or at least a $20 million inside linebacker isn't that. Harrison, you better not sim the offseason. We're gonna soak the offseason in. This 7 months is gonna be way more fun than the last 4 months. Like, I guarantee you, because it'll be a lot of fun. And so the point is, with the Colts, I think Buckner is one of the only players I look at and think this one's real weird. Like, Buckner in particular, because he was literally because Eberflus comes from this team, because he knows him 100%. Honestly, J2K, by the way, if Jalen Hyatt was the second wide receiver taken, I wouldn't be stunned at all. Jalen Hyatt tears games up. I know everybody keeps looking at Cedric Tillman, but like Jalen Hyatt and that kid number 15, whose name I can't remember. Like, he's junior, right? He could easily declare. I'm not saying he will, but he's huge. Like a tower out there. That whole Tennessee team, awesome. Like, a blast watching them. And so, Jordan, you mentioned Ngakoue. Oh, to say not stout against the run is being really, 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 really kind. Like, 100%. Like, I agree with you. You probably get more like pass rush out of Will Anderson than Ngakoue. The question is whether Flus would have worked with Ngakoue. Did he? Because maybe he did. Let's see. Speed players get drafted early, Turu. Yes. I also think, I'm curious to see what the NFL actually thinks of Jordan Addison, to be honest. Not because I think Jordan Addison's bad. Jordan Addison's very, very, very good. But I'm just curious. I'm curious to see what the NFL thinks of JSN. Like, I know what I think of JSN, but what does the NFL think of JSN? Because there are a lot of these guys that, Evan, we don't not like Anderson. Anderson, okay, so it's as simple as I'm glad you asked, Evan. The Anderson thing is as simple as 35 pounds. Will Anderson played at about 240 at Alabama, which is much more outside linebacker, whereas Flus is going to probably want a defensive end. Those guys are closer to 265, 270, 275, 280, sometimes higher. Like, sometimes they'll go all the way up to like you're watching a football and your name gets just flooded, or like you just get flooded with names. Marcus Davenport is who I'm thinking of, who plays at like 300 pounds and still shows some explosion. You wonder why he gets hurt as often as he does. It's because his body is massive. I mean, he's crazy. But so with all that to say that, like, I can't. Zach Harrison really does make a lot of sense, by the way, Jordan. But so let's see. Bears scout video critical route running and separation does sound like JSN, doesn't it, John? I mean, it really does. Like that's JSN to me is still a ghost. Like watching his film in particular, it's so funny because it's like in 2021, no DB could stay near him. It's not that he's that fast. It's not that he's that big. It's not that he's that physical. He's just he's just scary. Like you almost want to watch the opposing DBs covering him more than you want to watch him specifically because he beats press like it's not a problem. It's just we'll have to do that again because I really love watching him. J2K, I need to get to them. I'm finally hitting the point where Turu, it's because of agility and the fact that he's a poker player is the way that I would put it. Like what JSN does really well, and honestly, another name who does this, though dramatically not as good. Like Jonathan Mingo is another is not interesting. I'm watching a lot of Senior Bowl guys. He's an Ole Miss receiver that if you watch him for half of a game, he's gonna look terrible. Like then all of a sudden you see the play that he's targeted on and he turns on all the juice. Like, there are some of these receivers out there that we forget that they are not trying to show all of their cards. And it's different watching some of those guys. Like Jordan, I hear you. I think a sleeper's a great term for him. Like he has a lot more agility in him than you would think watching his film because he looks like he's just walking. I mean, there are times where they'll line him up in a split back formation to play like a hybrid tight end role in the Ole Miss offense. You don't think this guy's explosive and agile. And then all of a sudden he beats somebody right up the seam in a quarters coverage look and he's 4 yards wide open. And you're like, oh shoot, that's pretty good. Now, is he like, we'll have to do all that stuff later, honestly. Building the board for the 89 people who are in here, by the way, me, Quentin Crisco, Jacob Infante, Danny Meehan, Brandon Robinson, and Jeff Burkus are going to be building a Bears draft board, and we're trying to make it as big a project as possible, truly. Like, we're going to get Greg Gabriel on to talk about what fans don't know about building a draft board. We're watching tons and tons of players. We're going to be submitting reports, talking about all of this. We want to go through and make as good of a draft project as possible. And we'll see how it goes. I mean, it's the first year of everything, but it's definitely got me excited because I'm actually going to be able to contribute in draft conversations. When now all of a sudden I know that this tight end class is sweet. This tackle class is sweet. There are a lot of great receivers. There's always good receivers, but there are some serious positions that the Bears could grab at, and defensive line, it's a good thing that the Bears are starting to look at Payne because, in my opinion, the interior defensive class after the top couple players, it's not that it's bad. It's that it falls off a little bit. Like, Siaka Ika is an interesting player, the defensive tackle for Baylor. Like, he's good, but he's not a 3-tech. He's not real. Like, he's a 1-tech, and that's helpful, but he's not Payne. I mean, to me, I feel like, Jordan, the defensive interior class, now that we're starting to get so many guys going back to school, it was loaded inside and out, but you lose Tyler Davis and you start, or not specifically Davis, but you start to lose some of these defensive linemen and you start to go, oh, wow, okay. A lot of the guys I wanted in the second pick, a lot of the guys I wanted in the second round and the third round, I don't know. So we'll see, but I will tell you, the ML, yeah, I hear you. I understand that it's like, oh, well, the fans are going to build a draft board. We'll see if we know how to build it. We will. And I'm pretty sure we're going to get some things right. I'm pretty sure we're going to get some things wrong, especially MJ, since we don't get to interview people like the actual NFL does. I mean, finding out about, I don't know, what's going on with Keyshawn Bote, right? Stuff like that. Like, those are the conversations that NFL guys get to have that we just don't. And it means that we we kind of just get hung out to dry. All we get is measurables and tape, which is not, it's not getting guys on a whiteboard. It's not testing people and seeing their knowledge of football. It's not finding out that Darnell Mooney lives and breathes football and that everything to him is all about a football field, whereas Chase Claypool does streams and whatnot on the side, and none of that's bad, but maybe it means that he's not participating as much in just living football as other guys. You just don't get to know, right? Justin Fields, to use an example, in most of these pressers we've gotten this season, Justin Fields comes across like a football psychopath. I mean, it's not to say that I know anything, right? It's more like there are some guys who watch film, and then there's oh my gosh, how's his name escaping me? Then there's Kyle Fuller, got it, who apparently, if conversation got boring at dinner with the defensive backs, he'd just pull his iPad out and start watching film. We all heard that story, right? That Jalen Johnson talked about it. I mean, there are some of these guys where football is their job, and then there are some of these guys where football is the game that they love. And then there are some of these guys where they love waking up at 5 a.m. because they get to watch more film and get better at football. And I'm not saying that all of those guys are different. Not all of them, right? But at the same time, you can't help thinking, if you ask me, that maybe one of the differences between Josh Rosen and the tape we saw at UCLA and Aaron Rodgers is that Aaron Rodgers will stay up. Yeah, right, Reinhardt? But Aaron Rodgers will watch film for all hours of a night if it means that he gets to prove haters wrong. I don't know what motivates Tom Brady. I can only imagine being Tom Brady's coworker in an office job in the alternate reality where Tom Brady was never a football quarterback. But I just can't imagine what he'd be like to work with. I imagine he'd be the guy who'd be basically saying things like, yeah, Julian, I'm proving the haters wrong. I mean, I can only imagine that Tom Brady would be the guy to be like, come on, man, you're acting like you don't even care about this company. And I'd be like, I don't. It's my 9-to-5 job. I'm just trying to get home to my family. What do you want from me? I mean, we love these quarterbacks when they are, I don't know, on our TV screen playing football, a game that we all love to watch. But I'm sure knowing them, it's just a little different. Not in a bad way, but it's just a little different. And I will say that if there's anything, Reinhardt, I know you and I have talked through skeptical scenarios. I mean, to say that Fields hasn't arrived as a passer is the only fair way to put it. Because AJM, as much as I agree with you that most of the haters that are I don't know if I'd go all the way that way, that most Fields haters are 13-year-olds or don't watch the games. A lot of them don't watch the games, but some people don't want to cheer for a Bears quarterback. I'm sure Lions fans, Packers fans, and Vikings fans feel very incentivized to think that Fields sucks the same way we feel incentivized to say Goff, Cousins, or Rodgers, or Jordan Love sucks. We want to, because it means good news for our team, right? But for as much as Justin Fields seems to have hurt, as much as Justin Fields seems to have hurt Shady McCoy some way or another, which is bizarre to me, I will tell you that, if there's anything that makes me excited about Justin Fields, it's that he seems obsessed with football. Obsessed. And do I know the guy personally? No, right? Do I want to see him succeed? So am I biased? Of course I am. To me, when I look at Fields and I say, ooh, do I think he can get better? I ultimately come back to the fact that Justin Fields had that presser where he said, well, I'm just going to have to add an extra hour of film study. And 2 weeks later, Fields suddenly started ripping off 30-point games. And it didn't last forever, but the fact that it happened at all is stunning. I still can't believe that this cast hung 29 points on Dallas, hung 30-ish points, 31 points on New England, hung 31 points on Miami, and just kept going. And I agree with you, Reinhardt. Rodgers does have a lot of stuff going on that the field is his answer to, and all it's done is result in MVPs. Spectre, when I say cast, I'm talking, to be honest with you, I'm talking about the fact that we spent the entire year starting Sam Mustipher at center. I'm talking about the fact that Cody Whitehair hasn't been himself and wasn't. I'm talking about the fact that Braxton Jones, who, hey, we can love Braxton Jones all we want, a rookie 5th round pick, started every single game at left tackle, and we're considering that one of the bright spots of the season. Like, the Bears started Dante Pettis for the overwhelming majority of the year. It's not as simple as that. Because Mike Jones, for instance, you talk about, like, is Mooney an elite number one? Probably not, you know? Like, it's not that simple. But it does feel to me like Darnell Mooney can be a major important part of a very good team. You look at those Chiefs teams, right? And sure, I mean, Travis Kelce is debatably his own wide receiver one in his own way, but I feel like a weapon on a team. Okay, Hunter Renfrow, like in the best games that they play. Let me see. Wait, what? Scott, what are you talking about? Let's see. You're going to take over my stream. I don't know. You're going to have to explain that one to me. But so, yeah, Reinhardt, exactly. Tom Brady played all the football his body possibly could. All the football his body possibly could, Reinhardt. And then he finally retired as the oldest, most accomplished quarterback literally ever. Nobody was arguing it anymore. Not a soul was actually arguing whether Brady was the GOAT anymore. And he went home to spend time with his kids and his Super Bowl wife. And he didn't last a month before he came back out of retirement because he's a football psycho. Like, I mean, that seems to be it. Like, if you're not obsessed with football, you won't get to you won't get to that point. If you're not crazy about football, you're not going to get there. Guys, we don't need to fight. But so, anyways, yeah, exactly. And he's got a $300 million deal to broadcast. George, he's going to retire the moment that no fighting, Scott censored. We're cool here. But so, well, not no fighting, but more that like we can be kumbaya singers and friends because we're not out on a gridiron. But anyways, all this to say that like, if there is anything, I hate saying this because it's not statistical, right? Let me see. You mentioned Buckner or McGarry. You mean like Caleb McGarry, like the tackle, versus DeForest Buckner? I can't help but think. So, Brandon, we were just talking about Colts trade scenarios. If the Bears did get a young defensive end and they spent basically all their money on the interior defensive line with Buckner and Payne, I got to be honest, I'd be here for it. Because in theory, while you wouldn't be spending at 4 positions, by the time you needed to pay your defensive end, you would have the money being freed up from getting away, or like from Buckner. I got to think to myself that if you could move down and you got the genuine article, we're watching just the crazy part of this game, Brandon, and then we got distracted. Yeah, AJM, I got to tell you, I am a little worried about McGlinchey's health in general. And then Mike Jones, I agree with you. Like, if you give talent to Justin Fields, I think he'll blossom. I also think, just to be honest with you, Mike, that when it comes to this Eberflus defense, this line needs major talent injection, one way or another. If that's Deron Payne, Jalen Carter, and I don't know, somebody, they're going to sign an edge one way or another. Like, yeah, we never get distracted exactly. I personally think that there is, like, this Flus defense needs a better defensive line. They need studs on the defensive line. Let me see. That then, like, okay, so J2K, if the Bears didn't have number 1, I would agree with you. And I got to tell you, I think that Hopkins in particular, so Adams, I don't think is realistic. DJ Moore is definitely not realistic. The only two to me, Buckner, because of the Indianapolis ties, and because I think that, look, let me put it this way, J2K. There is uncertainty created by the fact that we don't know how hot Ballard's seat is. Like, we don't know, right? Like, if Ballard is in that much of a jam, then he may give Buckner up just to keep an extra pick, right? So it would be, number 4, 2024 first, DeForest Buckner. That's the whole deal. That kind of thing. Yeah, you're right. Thank you, BG. I don't think it's a bad idea. Like, with DeAndre Hopkins, I don't think it works. As much as I want to think it works, I don't actually think it works. Did they call a penalty on the Cooks touchdown? They must have. No. They fumbled. I forgot about this. Oh man, this game was electric. Like, could you have envisioned a better game to watch, like as a Bears fan, than this Texans Colts game? This game was electric, top to bottom, given the stakes. I cannot even imagine sitting in a room with Cal McNair after this game. Cal McNair looked like he was going to throw up. Like, I mean, it was crazy just the way that this game ended, and we'll get to it, and then we'll talk through the Bears stuff we need to. Like, this one's just so much fun. But I'll tell you, J2K, that to me, the weirdness with DeAndre Hopkins is that if I was going to theoretically ideate a perfect solution, right? I would tell you that I think that there's this interesting world where DeAndre Hopkins is exactly, feels like it's open. Hopkins is always covered open. But Reinhardt, another thing that I think changes this is that DeAndre Hopkins is annoyed at what's going on in Arizona. They just fired everybody, right? In a world, J2K, where I could treat this like Madden, and I could I could trade for DeAndre Hopkins, hold on to that Colts 2024 first, assuming that the Bears got it. The Colts are terrible. I draft Marvin Henderson. Hopkins plays out these 2 deals, right? Or like the 2 years that he's got, and then Marvin Harrison takes over as the de facto wide receiver 1 in his second season. I'm here. Like, I love the deal. The problem is the moment you trade for DeAndre Hopkins, he wants paper. Like, he wants paper. And I just don't think that works. Like, I don't think offering DeAndre Hopkins fundamentally any extension is a good idea, especially since it will come with guarantees. And the moment it comes with guarantees is kind of the moment it doesn't really make sense for the Bears. And so I want a wide receiver 1 truly as badly as anybody else. But man, I know, Mike. It's more to say that, like, I want a wide receiver 1. I think it almost makes more sense to potentially trade back and get... Okay, so to me, the Buckner thing is about Ballard saving his job again, which nothing is more important to a GM than saving your job. That's your payday, that's your job security, etc., etc. You don't need me to explain that. So maybe Eberflus gets his shiny toy, his personal person in DeForest Buckner back, only because the Bears have something that the Colts need, and the Colts have something the Bears want. And the difference between need and want trumps reality sometimes, like the Randall Cobb stream, right? Uncensored, maybe. I mean, it's definitely possible. So a friend of mine, it's Brandon, had an idea that I want to pitch to you guys, because I will tell you that I think that it's best for the Bears if you treat this roster like Claypool literally isn't on it. Because I think Claypool has the opportunity in a contract year next year to show you a lot of good. We just can't count on any of it. So if Claypool shows you he's a wide receiver 1, amazing. Still get another wide receiver 1, and then let Claypool prove it to you in camp and make you say, damn, maybe we should have just trusted this kid. Like, good attitude. But what's a bad attitude is saying Claypool is the wide receiver 1, and then he doesn't live up to it at all. Like when the Bears signed Roy Williams, which I do remember and have scars from, as their wide receiver 1, and that was a horrible year back in the day. It's not to say I hate Chase Claypool. We're actually going to see Chase Claypool looking pretty good. It's more to say, Censored, that the moment that I think you count on him, you're asking him to be more of a bedrock piece than I think he's proven he is, given that he did enough to get traded out Like, he did enough to get traded out of Steelersville before the end of his rookie deal. Like, it's not as if the arrow is up for Claypool, despite how talented he is, and as much as I like him. It's more to say that, like, because I know you say that we have to count on him, Censored. I actually don't think you do. Like, I think the moment that you, what's the name? I think the moment that you bet on him is the moment that you double down. Everything you do is a choice. I think if you add extra talent to the wide receiver room and Claypool becomes unnecessary, and then Claypool proves another signing unnecessary, that's a good problem to have. Let's think of it in the world of good problem to have versus bad problem to have, right? The moment that you bet on Claypool and that bet goes awry, how much do you stand to lose? And I think the more insurance that the Bears can build around Justin Fields, the better. I did want to back this up because we can see this is like one of those many 3rd and 7s that God, it's so funny watching Cooks because it's not like this is the kind of route that in college you'd go, damn, what a route. He just runs, snap break, runs away from, I think, a UDFA playing in place of Kenny Moore, and he's just absolutely wide open. Solid throw, nothing crazy, but yeah. Censored, you mentioned he can't be worse than Shaheen as a second rounder. Throwing a fit on the field, maybe Shaheen never did that. All Shaheen did was miss games and drop passes. So we'll see. It's not to dunk on Claypool. Again, I like Claypool. Like, I just wouldn't bet on him if it was me. He right now is icing, whereas Mooney is cake. And you know what? Like, Velus Jones unironically plays his best game of the year. Like, that's the thing, Censored, right? Like, when you say, so a tossed helmet is bad, come on, man. Like, I hear you. I'm not saying it's like everything gets turned into being so black and white. I'm more trying to point out that Chase Claypool got run out of Pittsburgh partially because they didn't like his attitude. He came to Chicago and they had to already have Justin Fields speak on Chase Claypool's attitude on the sidelines. Like, I'm not trying to connect dots like crazy, and I don't hate the kid. I think he's outrageously physically talented, and I can't wait to see what he does going forward. I really can't, because he's crazy athletic. I also think in the same breath, like you're saying, Reinhardt, everybody quit. He was trying. There's reason to be mad. I think it's justifiable. I just don't think at this point, because I hear you, Censored, I just don't think that at this point you need to commit more to Claypool than letting him play his contract year out. That's it. Jordan, I get that. Like, that's the thing. I think it can blend. I'm not trying to run Claypool out of town. I just think that if you have the opportunity to add a wide receiver one, whatever that looks like, I think the Bears should take it. Because the moment that Claypool and Mooney get to both be twos, this hurt. I don't know if anybody else was watching the game, but this one in particular, I was stunned that for all the things Davis Mills hit, he missed this. R.I.P. wide open. And missed a 3rd down conversion. But like you're saying, Censored, it's not like I'm trying to go to bat for Dante Pettis. It's more to say that if the Bears could somehow get another receiver to go with Mooney and Claypool and probably an Allen Lazard, the better. More weapons is good, whatever that looks like. All right, so because it's 9:28, and everybody's calling me out justifiably, we got to go to the end of this tape because that's really what we're here for, right? Everything happens, right? Let's see. Let's get a scoreboard view. The game goes from 17 to 7. We get to 24 to, let me see. Did the Colts score first? Because I can't remember. 14 to 7, which the Texans respond with a huge drive. And I agree with you, Censored. I do think Chase Claypool has a high ceiling. We just need to see him get there. Big snipe to 84 who lumbers his way into the red zone, and they cash in from there. Let me see. First down, second down, 3rd and 8 standard for these Texans. Seriously. I mean, it was just so many examples of 3rd and a lot, boom, touchdown. This is hilarious to me. Like, some of the throws were just crazy. Like, Eric, you say maybe, just maybe, the football gods don't hate us. What? What on earth is this throw? Like, and Atkins adjusts to it. Like, you want to talk about quality NFL play? That was nice, but at the same time, you throw it over the top. It's probably a lot easier. But man, oh man. So 3rd and 8 turns into. I mean, I remember watching this with my dad, and I was just like, "Oh, he got it! Oh my god, she got it!" But so then. Let's see, they move on. This is where it felt like Cal McNair made the call, you know? This is where Cal McNair said, I'm going to give all of you an extra $1 million. All you got to do is lose this game. And, like, the replacement music set in, right? This is where that starting quarterback comes back, and he starts throwing the football at everybody, right? Isn't it considered NFL open? Totally, Turu. Like, what you mean? Justin could never throw such a good back shoulder. But, like, this game felt like a movie. Like, this game felt cinematic. Like, suddenly you get 31-24, and it's all falling out, right? Like, everything begins to suck just a little bit. Let's see. We get 1st and 10. Because I can't remember what happened here. We'll talk about pain and stuff in a little while, because I do think that's important conversation. Let's see. You know what? Okay, this is that drive. So we'll at least watch these. Like, Mills steps back, nice blitz, throws, misses, whatever. We don't need to detail the play scheme, but I do want to give you guys the all-22. Let's see here. 3rd and 13. Davis McNabb. And, of course, all us Bears fans are just sitting there. Yeah, no kidding. Seriously, Reinhardt, it was cinematic. That gets said a lot, but seriously, like, it was as if these plays didn't matter just so that they could set up 4th and 13, right? And all us Bears fans are sitting there like, well, Houston's obviously trying to lose the game. They're not giving them anything. 4th and 12. Here we go. I think keep your eye on Cooks right here. So what do? Let's see. The Colts overload that side of the field. And boom. Oh, man. It's just a slot fade and a post. Oh, you see this combination literally all the time. Just like there and there. This is as classic a cover 2 beater as it gets. Whoo. And I mean, talk about wide open snap. And if Davis Mills could throw it literally any better, like, this is a touchdown. Wait, plays like what censored? Like, the fact that this is open? I didn't see JT's video. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, CB's like, oh no, I people kept sawing me, swaying me. Boom, nice grab, gorgeous. Is that middle linebacker yelling at the safety? I don't know. Let's see. Oh, he is. He's like, no, I got it. It's Tampa 2. This isn't what you do. We don't do this. No. It's 4th and 13. 31's like, man, weren't you going to get that? Like, oh, gosh. We totally have. Let's see. Reinhardt, not really. Like, let me see. This whole game was crazy. Like, oh, that's super Bearsy. But then, of course, so then all the Bears fans are ignited, right? None of us are watching the Bears game at this point. I wasn't watching the Bears game. But then, like, I mean, I can literally start skipping just about. Let's see. They go flat corner. Mills is like, I'm going to take my shot. And, oh, I forgot about this play. Like, they get it. 15's open. Mills chucks a ball with anticipation, and the tank killing play. Oh, just cannot quite come together. Tell you what, I felt like 15, just an amazing effort, like so close to like one of the catches of the year in the anti-tank game. Cannot believe all he had to do when you look at it, which like all he had to do was just catch it there. but he juggles it just a little too much and can't come down with it. Oh, man. The canch. That's hilarious. So then Mills has to throw it away. What happened on the routes? This is pretty Bearsy. Just nobody open. Looks like Atkins on like a curl right here with like kind of a 3 vert setup, but no, nobody's open. Texans pick up the blitz, all right, but then Buckner almost blows it up. 99. Oh man. Oh gosh. Oh. Watch 99. Watch 99 right here. Like when people talk about potentially, like it really is, Mike. It really is. Like when I talk about potentially just wanting to trade for the genuine article, like I understand that he's getting older, but like you go long arm, rip, swim, gets through the offensive line. Like, oh, is that sweet or what? I'll give you one more look at it. Like, long arm, into the swim, rips straight through the Texans and has to force a throwaway. Whew, that is nice. When people talk about the 3-tech being the engine of cover 2, that's what they mean. So then we got third down, right? Yeah, exactly, Weedy. That's what pressure is. Third down, they say. It's a 4th and 20, but like, oh, I can't believe the setup. I mean, the setup's just crazy. Colts get a blitzer straight through. You gotta love the aggression. Oh, it's a delayed blitz too. Whoo! Like, oh no, what happened? We'll go back. Like, 44 does the Trevathan, right? We remember this from that Washington game way back when. Hesitates, gets 50 confused about whether he's coming or not, and then just rushes straight through a gap. Oh, man. Oh, man. Let's see. Are we, John, are we talking about Fields? Let's see. Is this what I'm missing? He sprays under 10 targets. It's warranted. He said yes. Let's see. Yes, that's what we're talking about. Yeah, I hear you. 4th and 20. This is the one that goes to Atkins. They go 5 out. Oh my goodness, it's just a literal prayer. It's literally just a prayer. Like, look at this. They go 5 rushers. Mills can't stay in the pocket before any of these have resolved. So he just has to roll up. They park it. Like, this doesn't happen. Mills throws off his back foot. It's gone. That is just crazy. And it goes through the guy underneath's hands, right? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Just how they drew it up. Just how they drew it up. Just how they drew it up. He did. I mean, seriously, Turu, it's classic Madden BSery. Classic. And Reinhardt, I agree. I think if you can't see both sides of the Fields argument, we're being too much of a fan. But that if you can't see the other side of it, you're hating on him a little too much. It's both, right? Oh, nightmares. It's Mateau's. Though at least it's not a Super Bowl. It's a tank game. So there is that to it. And then, even better, oh my gosh, I didn't see this. 33 over here falls over and just starts snow angeling. That is so funny. And then, I don't know what got into Lovey. Do you guys? Like, Lovey comes out replacement style. Like, seriously, it feels like watching the replacements, which now I need to just go watch again, with that lineman who sits back in his, like, oh my God, that's what he's doing. Like, that lineman that gets in the huddle, gets in his stance, goes, we ain't losing this game. Like, I mean, they come out and they say, We're running. We're going for 2. Like, I don't care what you say. We're going for 2. Davis Mills drops back. It's just Atkins. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Wiggle. Swipe. Wide open. I want to see, like, what everybody's reaction even was. Just a thumbs up from Cooks. I wish we had a wider angle. Gosh, I would kill to see more celebration on this kind of thing. Oh my goodness. Atkins, like, struggles with this football. But he gets it. And acts like he wins the Super Bowl, which is so funny. Like, and yeah, John, I agree. Look, this isn't to be a hater. This is just to tell, in my opinion, exactly what's going on here, right, guys? Like, the way that this 2023 season is going to work is that the Bears have selected Justin Fields as the quarterback of the future being 2023. That's it so far, right? Nothing's guaranteed, but the Bears are going to have Justin Fields. They're going to give Justin Fields, like, a better team. How much better? We'll see. Probably a good bit better, but probably not a Super Bowl roster. And then Justin Fields is going to have to show that he's not the historical worst passer ever. Fair deal, right? And if he doesn't, if for one reason or another, the Bears don't get what they want out of Justin Fields, if he doesn't grow, right? Yeah, I know, Drex, right? Chances are the Bears are going to take that 2024 first that hopefully they get from the Colts, package it in with the Bears' own 2024 first, and see if they can't go get another quarterback to use around the team that they just built for Justin Fields. Look, I'm with you, Carson. Like, I think Fields can make a massive jump. I think that there's a huge amount, like, that there's a massive amount of growth that's going to happen. I don't think it'll be exactly like, Josh Allen. That's asking for a ton, going from 0 to hero. But I also think that the evidence is there to suggest that Fields is more than capable of it, and that with an offense that's so focused on such a Rolodex, that's got such a diverse set of runs, that somebody of Fields' caliber from an athleticism perspective will be able to, make this go. Let me see. When you talk about Turu, would be sweet if he did. Reinhardt, you mentioned next year will be a microscope on him, especially if we get 6-point games. You mean like the Nagy era? Like how common it was for the Bears to score 10 points or less? Because like in this game, or like in this year, that just doesn't work. Like, I can't help but agree, J2K, that I think that there's just no way that it's not that I think that there's no way that Fields isn't a franchise guy, but I also think from an attitude perspective, like, I love the kid. He's easy to root for, and I can't help but think that there are a lot of pieces of this team. Oh, man, 6 primetime games? Yeah, no, that's what you meant. I thought you meant 6-point games where, yeah, there will be a microscope on him. I'll tell you that at the end of the day, I want to see the Bears... hate to say it, I want to see the Bears win more games. I want to see the Bears score more points consistently. And yeah, sure, I want to see Fields grow as a passer, but at the same time, like, I don't know, it depends, right? Like, there was a point this year where Jared Goff didn't hit his passing prop of 277 against the Bears in the blowout that they had. And was it because Jared was playing badly? No, it's because the Lions were dominating so hard on the ground that he just didn't need to throw. Let me see. Oh gosh, it's Maui Keytown. Maui Keytown. I'm really trying here because I want to get it right, but I know it's just a username. If they can surround Fields with a roster like Trubisky and he fails, then it will be time to move on for them. I think that's the only fair way to say it, right? And MJ, I sure hope so. I hope it's more than 4. Like, at this point, how can anybody seriously think they can evaluate JF1 after showing the supporting cast this year? They can't. You're right, censored. That's the point, isn't it? Is that, like, the numbers this year were so ridiculous that I can't help but think that we have to give him a better cast and then go. WFM, we were watching the Texans end. We're about to go through the game. It's more to say that we're running out of time censored. After this next season, the Bears need to have a better understanding of whether or not they're going to give Fields his fifth-year option and look to potentially extend him. The time, like the sand in the hourglass, there's just only so much of it left. And so because of that, I think that we've got to see results next year, barring an ACL tear or something like that, right? But that's a conversation for when we know what the cast is looking like. For now, sunshine and rainbows to some degree. The Bears have $120 million. They've got the first overall draft pick. They've got an absolute ton around them. And Joe, while you may think I'm making a case for Bryce Young, I'll tell you, and I hate saying this because it's okay. I hate saying it specifically because it sounds like I'm anti-size, but for as much as I will go to bat for Kyler and the fact that he's basically untackleable, Bryce Young isn't that agile. He's quick, but he's not the wind. He's not Ghost, right? Like he's not. I just worry. I really worry about Bryce's size because as helpful as maybe Bryce Young, like, look, let's be blunt, right? If Bryce Young was the quarterback, if you just snapped your fingers, all of us got Men in Black style mind wiped, and Bryce Young was the quarterback, would he be a better passer? I think he comes from an offensive system in Alabama that helps him understand the pro game a little bit more. Sure. The problem is that Bryce Young doesn't help you if he can't get to game number 9. Right? Because Joe, while I hear you about like it'd be a savvy move to trade Fields for a haul, I also think that right now, if you put Fields on the trade market, I got to ask you, Joe, what would you trade for him? I think if I was the Jets, for instance, I would trade you a first and a third, maybe. But even that's stretching it. Like, you may not get a first and a third. You may get 2 seconds. Like, I mean, I don't know what the answer is. What's the haul? Like, you will get a better haul out of building around this first overall pick, even if you didn't like Fields. Like, that's the problem here, Joe. Like, the truth is, like, in the world of savviness, that even if you don't think Fields is the guy, I think there is a better plan in building around the quarterback so that Quinn Ewers or whoever else you like out of the first round in 2024 would then be like, he would have a roster around him. And that's the thing, censored. Like, I think, let me see, no way buy rates. Hang on. Oh, no way Bryce Young rates better than Justin Fields. We do have to bring both together. Like, I like to hope so. Let's see. I don't want this to happen. I love Fields. I'm concerned it'll take a long time to actually build the team that he deserves around him. Joe, my hope would be that right now the Bears are in a fail state and that it's not that much effort to get them into a passing state. Pass, pun not intended. But you get the idea. Like, that right now, let's see, that only first-round quarterbacks are the be-all, end-all, and the 49ers are crushing it with Purdy. I mean, Scott, the crazy part is that, like, I will tell you, okay, so if it's not Pollard, I got to tell you what, guys, like, the more I watch that Purdy tape, and if you want to watch more, we can tonight, but like Christian McCaffrey is dominating. Christian McCaffrey is making me believe in the highly paid or first or second round running back. I mean, oh my gosh. You want to talk about special? Like Jahmyr Gibbs out of Alabama can play. Like, it's Nick Chubb's good, but it's mostly the fact that Christian McCaffrey is every bit the receiver that he is, like every bit the receiver that he is the runner. And the fact that he can do both is amazing. And like you're saying, Spectre, I mean, it's just fun. It's honestly fun watching the Niners play football because they're just good all around them. And so let me see if JF can look or get to the second read, a receiver can get separation. Yes, to all of it. Let's see that so this was Jeff was saying that you might head up the Barkley. So that's the thing, Reinhardt. I'm anti-Barkley because I don't like the injury thing, right? I think it's Pollard. Like, I think that the choice that the Bears have in mind is Pollard. Call it a feeling. I mean, you want to talk about crazy explosive. It's just bananas looking at what Pollard can do with the ball in his hands. And Pollard is 90% of the receiver that Monty is. I assume, John, you mean that in a positive way. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens. You can easily pay for BG. What does Pollard do that Herbert doesn't? Catch the ball, run well with the ball after the catch, and block. But Pollard doesn't block. I guess Pollard doesn't block like much. It's not to say that, I don't know. That's the thing. Like, it's not that Pollard's like, we're in a complicated state here, right? Where I'm not trying to suggest that Tony Pollard is like the man. But I will tell you that, because Reinhardt, I'm with you about pass pro, but at the same time, if theoretically the offensive line gets a little bit better, or these guys block like, oh gosh, just a little bit, there's a point where Reinhardt, a better check down option, is more important than fitting a blitz, right? Where if the receiver just gets out and you dump the ball out, I mean, checkdowns to Christian McCaffrey, when I watch that San Fran tape, are like unilateral 5-yard gains. It's crazy watching that kind of thing. Now, to me, I'm not trying at this point to head up the McCaffrey. Here's the other thing, right? If you guys know me at all, I love a good cheap running back. Watching McCaffrey changes my opinion a little bit, but part of me is just trying to follow the money here. And when I follow the money, I see that everybody running an Earnhardt Parkins offense has a running back that they invested pretty heavily in. Whether that's Christian McCaffrey, whether that's Aaron Jones, whether that's A.J. Dillon. I understand we're just talking about 2 teams, but it's not like the EHP offense is that common. And then in Miami, while they didn't invest in like a specific running back, they also poured a lot of money, or not like a lot of money, but they specifically picked out their explosives guy in Raheem Morris, who just goes crazy. I think that's his name. Mostert, not Morris. What am I thinking? But Breece Hall is another example of that. Like, the teams that are drafting running backs high are teams that are running this offense because they want a heavy hitter like Dalvin Cook. I mean, when you take a look around the league, the teams that are getting these, like the superstar running backs, are the teams that are running this type of offense. And I don't think it has to be Saquon. Let me put it that way. I don't think it has to be Josh Jacobs. I don't think it has to be anybody specifically. I more see that I think the Bears want to upgrade that running back position, and I would hope it would help Fields, because if Brock Purdy can stand with his feet basically bent backwards and check it down to McCaffrey and look like a superstar, then Justin Fields absolutely can. And you talked about this earlier, John, and I think Reinhardt, you did too. Like, Fields has an issue with spraying the ball on checkdowns, which would be just like, we'll have to see. But I will tell you that, for instance, Reinhardt, if Justin Fields threw for 4,000 yards and he threw 900 yards to Bijan Robinson would be a very, very good choice. It's just like, you got to get a lot out of the running back. Normally, teams have an issue where they don't get enough out of the running back. But as soon as Austin Eckler starts dominating in Los Angeles, and you say to yourself, I don't think Austin Eckler's that good of a runner, and it turns out he's better receiver than some receivers are receivers, or Travis Etienne, it starts to change the math, right? Running backs out of the backfield and receiving running backs are, I don't want to call them new age, because they were new age 6 years ago, but that, to me, is the difference. And Mike, let me see, doesn't that mean you're making more than one read than run? I think you're joking, but yeah, like, it's definitely not the way Fields has played quarterback, but it's the way he started to towards the end of the year, where I do feel like he was doing a better job of just trusting Monty, and like checking the ball down to him. But let's whip through some tape. We'll talk about other offseason scenarios as we go. Honestly, like, I'm surprised too, Reinhardt. I think it's just because they were like pouring him onto like running plays. So I loved this. I popped this on Twitter. If you haven't seen it on Twitter, you'll see it now. So the Bears, as you know, have been running this play all season long, where Velus Jones runs a jet sweep, right? And they either have Velus Jones on the jet sweep, or usually they have an outside zone run coming, or like an outside zone or a pitch run off the demo. We'll talk about that in a minute. Let's get through this game, and then we'll get sidetracked. Like, we'll just officially be in sidetrack mode. So check this out. Velus is coming across the field. Normally, if this is a fake, they're running outside zone, pop, 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 or like a pitch play with similar blocking where you get people arcing. Nobody usually pulls out of this. at this point. But the Bears counter off of it. And I mean, you want to talk about getting everybody moving? Check out the Vikings at this point. Like their whole 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 guys right here. Everybody's going to shift to the right as they should. And Peterman turns around and just flicks the ball out to Herbert. This rules. Like from a design perspective, I love it. I really do. Because then you've got Velus blocking. You've got, I think it's actually Pettis blocking. And so Pettis hits his block enough. Velus actually kind of cranks his guy. And then at that point, you've got a foot race between this safety and Khalil Herbert. And you should feel pretty good, feel pretty good about it. Herbert hits it. I mean, you want to talk about looking quick. And I kind of think the Bears get screwed on the spot. Not that it matters. But it looks to me like Herbert goes down. And oh man, is that actually not a first down? If it's not, it's inches away. But they cut Herbert's body out, and suddenly you got a long 3rd and 1. Preston, I think there are a lot of pieces that could take Fields to the next level. I think the next level isn't that hard to reach. Fields needs a receiver he can trust, a running back that can make the... I think the offensive line needs to get a little better so that the run game can be more consistent, because by the end of the year, Preston, if there's one major criticism I have, it's that during the middle of the season, whether it was Fields or whether it was the running backs, the running game was much better about creating manageable 3rd downs. Look, I'm not a manageable 3rd down guy. I am at heart a spread coast like Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid acolyte. That's the offense I love. Like, I like to say that because it's not as simple as I think the Bears offense is the best offense out there, period. I love watching Chiefs games. Like, I mean, that offense rules, not just because they do ring around the rosy stuff, but because they basically, Preston, don't give a darn about like 1st, 2nd, or 3rd down. They play every play like it might as well be 3rd down outside of their wide receiver screens, because they basically build their offense around a million ways to get 10 yards, right? That's what that offense ultimately boils down to, Preston. And in the Bears offense specifically, especially during their midpoint, they were grinding out 1st downs in 3 downs like crazy. Their 1st down plays would get 5. Their 2nd down plays would get 4. Their 3rd down plays would get 1. Not literally. I mean, usually it was actually like 1st down got 7, 2nd down lost 2, 3rd down Fields worked some magic and converted, right? Because we all remember that. That's more what it was like. But the Bears weren't 1st down, 2nd down, 1st down, 2nd down, 1st down, 1st down, 2nd down, touchdown. It was never that easy. The Bears, even when the Bears were scoring 31 points, it was 1st down, 2nd down, 1st down, 2nd down, 3rd down, 1st down, 2nd down, 3rd down, 1st down, 2nd down, 3rd down, 1st down, chunk play, 1st down, 2nd down, 3rd down, 1st down, 2nd down, touchdown. Like long drives that the Bears would just sustain over time. So to me, when you say what would take the Bears to the next level, I'm like, anything that gets them, like anything that takes the explosives and lets them score. Because say what you will about Fields, like if there's one thing that Fields does really well, it's that he's so fast that anytime he gets, I'm glad you had fun, Reinhardt, like anytime the Bears catch Fields in the open field, he would finish for a score. Like, that's huge. Most of these quarterback runners, if not almost literally all of them, see you maybe next week, Reinhardt, these guys don't score. And if you can't score, you don't get 7 points. How many times have you guys, as football fans, seen an explosive play where a wide receiver or a running back breaks loose in the open field, gets 55 yards, gets tackled to the 15, and ultimately that only results in 3 points for the offense? It happens all the time. If you can't get in the end zone, the explosive play is helpful, but it's not what it could be. I mean, you want to talk about a way to score, right? It is creating an offense that can finish the explosives. Because if you can do what Khalil Herbert, hey, he's not even perfect at it, but Herbert will take a 15-yard gainer and make it a 50-yard gainer, which is at least quite a bit, right? Think about all the different times that what do you mean, Weedy? Like, think about all the different times that the Bears, or that Herbert in particular, will beat a safety in the open field and just rip like a massive chunk of yardage out. It's not as easy as I think I make it sound every once in a while, but it happens enough to us that we all know it can happen. And when you're able to finish these, plays out, it's huge for your offense. So Preston, you ask, just to go back to it one more time, you ask, what'll take Fields to the next level? Well, if you've got a better offensive line that helps you go from gaining 2 yards on first down to gaining 4.5 yards on first down, or 4.5 yards on first down to gaining 6 yards on first down, that's helpful. If you have an offensive line that you trust to carry a drop back pass game, so you build more plays into your drop back pass game that actually help you pass more, that's helpful. If you get a number one wide receiver, one way or another, whether it's a Jackson Smith-Jigba type, or whether it's a Quentin Johnston type, or whether it's a Jalen Hyatt type, I don't care, pick one. Like, if you can get a number one wide receiver that Justin Fields on third down can say, I'm throwing to that guy, then I think that's really helpful. I mean, there are 1.5 million ways to help Fields. If you get a superstar running back that Fields can close his eyes and check it down to him on 3rd and 10. Like, drop back in the pocket, Chase Claypool isn't open, dump it off to Jahmyr Gibbs, and Gibbs cuts up the field, breaks 2 tackles, and rips off a 3rd and 16 conversion. Honestly, a lot like what David Montgomery did. When we talk on this stream about how good a receiver David Montgomery is, the fact that he'll take checkdowns for 11 yards so often was critical and changed a lot of football games. I mean, he converted some crazy stuff. But so, within that, guys, Preston, I think there are a lot of ways to make this team better. And when you make this team better, in theory, you should help Justin Fields. I think an offseason will also help Justin Fields. I mean, think about it, guys. Justin Fields went from, I'm a rookie, I spent my offseason doing this or that, to I'm a sophomore, now I'm a team leader, to, okay, now I have my homework assignments for what to work on. Helped Josh Allen, didn't it? Like, I really think that third year is critical, because your first year, you're focused on getting drafted in the offseason. Your second year, you're focused on being serviceable in the offseason. Your third year, you've actually seen some stuff in your first 2 years in the league. Your third year, I don't know if you're ready, but your homework that you get is a little bit more applicable. Justin Fields knows exactly what he has to work on. It's not just nebulous quarterback mechanics and running a brand new offense, right? Yeah, no kidding, Julian, right? Like, to I'm a sophomore, but I'm a rookie again. Exactly. Like, within this, it's year 2 of an offense. It's, I know a lot of the guys I'm throwing to. It's, I know I need to work on these short throws and this other stuff in the offense. Like, I hope that Justin Fields' attitude that he showed us at the end of the season, where he said, hey, it's neat that I almost broke a rushing record, but I'm a quarterback. Like, I sure hope that that is exactly how we see it, truly. Because I personally think that that's a major attitude thing that really helps. But so then, 3rd and 1, I think this is about as tank a play call as you're going to get. Where on 3rd and 1, they just say, okay, Monty, go get it for us. And does he? No. Is it Montgomery's fault? Guys, it never is, right? Like, I love you guys. You know I love you guys. The hardest thing about a running back is that if you want to make it not a running back's fault, when is it a running back's fault, right? Like, you bet, Scott. Great stuff. Catch you on the VOD tomorrow. But, like, Musty gets so blown up. How could it be Montgomery's fault? Like, if there's one thing that is a little obnoxious about when a running back becomes a fan favorite, it's just the fact that nobody's ever going to say, oh, well, maybe if Montgomery had a little more burst, he could get here a little bit quicker, because we love Montgomery. We would never say that about Montgomery. So instead, he just doesn't get the yards, and that's that. Look, I think Montgomery's a very, very good football player. Way better football player than I am. That's for doggone sure. Bears get scored on, and here's the next set. But it's just going to be, I don't know. Like, I think that the Bears want explosion out of their running back, and that they want a little bit more, like, a little more ability in the receiving game. Not that Montgomery doesn't have it, but Montgomery doesn't have the ability to hit the edges of this run game and really make them pop. Let's see. I like it. The first 3 are on the offensive line. The rest are on the running back. So Bears call the, let's see. Yeah, 95 is, let me see. Is 95 Dalvin Tomlinson? Because, or, oh no, is that Tonga? That's hilarious, Eric. What would he have looked like? Hey, cutting Tonga helped with the tank. right? Here's that I think it's hilarious because the Bears did the same Fields hinge where they have this guy come down and block the edge instead of getting a true sneak flat route, meaning that Peterman has to scramble and go beat Justin Fields, and even he gets like 6 yards. I'll tell you what, it is a little hilarious how much of this game looks like makes the offense look pretty decent, because in particular Nathan Peterman is actually making some plays. And check out Velus on this. Talked about this one on Twitter too. Follow me on Twitter if you haven't. So Velus did this all the time, or in college, because as many people want to say he sucks, he's good at deep routes. He gets how to win deep specifically. And so here you're going to see the fact that I think Velus recognizes that they're probably in cover 2. And like you're saying, John, we are facing the 31st ranked pass defense missing 3 starters. So, everything with a grain of salt. But we are talking about Patrick Peterson, who's been, I don't want to say dominating, but like he's had a pretty good season. He and Shelley have played relatively well. I think Shelley's quite a surprise, as we all know. But so the point is that take a look at the way Velus manages this, because you're looking at what pre-snap looks like cover 3, don't you think? I agree, Julian. Fields wouldn't throw this. And Fields might, because Velus beats him pretty bad. Velus goes inside, he gets the hips to open. That's all you're trying to do, right? As he goes in to out. And then check out this. I mean, it's simple, right? Is it even that hard? But snap. And when he does, you just get a nice plant, snap, drive. Patrick Peterson has to hold, immediately. That's what you got to do, right? Draws the flag, Velus rips down the field, creates some separation, and I mean J2K. Hey, I'm not saying Velus is a wide receiver 1. I agree with you. He still body catches the ball. If anything, the more that I thought about Velus's film, he's been a body catcher since I've seen him. He's definitely not going to develop incredible hands during his time. But you know what? So to me, what I like about this, so simple. Let me see. What censored? But I love the fact that Velus gets open with speed, right? Something replicable. He fights through contact. He draws the flag, right? But he finishes the play anyways. Look, it's a good rep. Now, it doesn't fix, everything. But you want to talk about a rookie who's starting to play better and better and better football. We are seeing Velus Jones go from, I'm playing receiver with a blindfold on, to, hey, I can go win you a play. And we talked earlier about explosives. He rips off a big one here. Look, does this make Velus the greatest pick ever? Who cares? I want to see good football players on the Bears, and a really athletic player in this case helps create a play. And I agree with you, J2K, just in general, in principle, that the more you can be a hands catcher, the bigger, the better things get. Also, check this out. So the Bears run, it doesn't really matter. What Peterman's reading is just it's an out and up, basically, and they're trying to catch the Vikings in quarters, which I think they catch them in basically covered too. So you get a single high safety and a nice pocket in the cover or in the honey hole, and Peterman's going to throw into it. Now I think it's Borum who gets destroyed, but we get to see a nice catch from Claypool. Claypool goes up. Not only does Claypool get very open, love seeing that he fights through contact. Calling it fight through contact isn't fair. But he doesn't get collisioned because he understands that. Look, okay, some of these are simple receiver things. The more you start watching receivers, the more you'll start seeing it's important. The DB at the top of his route is allowed to hold his ground. A lot of receivers will unintentionally take their stem directly vertical. If you take your stem directly vertical into a DB, he's allowed to what's called collision you. That's that top of route contact that if you've ever seen it and then the player doesn't get the ball, you're the one, or you're saying pass interference. But this is to me, recognizing, like Claypool did, hey, I'm about to get collisioned. Like this DB took a step towards me that you can see right there. I'm going to just take this route because I know where I'm going, and you'll see him curl his route sideways so that he can run with momentum, right? He doesn't take the contact because he doesn't have to. And if Peterman doesn't get lit up, right, there's a decent chance that the throw is deeper and Claypool might be in the end zone. Like, it's like you're saying, John, whether it's instincts or football IQ, it's a good route. And Claypool extends. He shows us everything, and the rep doesn't count. Hey, in a tank season, can you ask for anything better? Right, J2K? Like, we love seeing good route, good catch. And it doesn't matter that it doesn't go on the stat sheet. Now, what should go on the stat sheet? Larry Borum gets cranked. When I've talked in the past about how Larry Borum looks like a tackle and not a guard, we saw it, didn't we? Like, I mean, 94 here, hands out of the way, and Borum has no other out. Like, Borum's just out of the play, full chasing. We've talked about a lot of different players doing a lot of different things. We've talked about, like, Sam Mustipher getting bullied. We've talked about Cody Whitehair getting his arms ripped away. Like, we've talked about a lot of things, and this is one of the most thorough whoopings I've just about seen. Like, wow. I mean, Borum is much better at I hear you guys saying regression. Borum is a much better tackle than he is a guard. Guard is a different position. Like, Borum is much better when he's fending off the edge than when he has to face a 320-pound super athlete. Because that's what these DTs are. Like you're saying, Grant, he's not a short setter. He's not going to be. He's got a nice kick. He's quick enough. He's basically a worse version of Braxton Jones, to be honest. Like, especially one that's not that effective in the running game. But playing him at guard neuters a lot of that. Playing at guard, you're asking him to play with power, which is not his game. And I don't really get it, to be honest. And you're probably right, J2K. But if he's a sixth offensive lineman, that could be worse. It really could. Whitehair comes out. Like, make sure you're taking a look. I'll show some of these in slow motion. Keep an eye on 85, or that's 65. Not that. Keep an eye on 85 and 70. Not that they do anything crazy, just that I tend to think we have a good idea that they're part of the future, whichever spot they are. Braxton did not have an amazing game. Like here, Whitehair and no, it's Mustipher. Whitehair and Braxton get split by Phillips 97, who just splits him to make this tackle, which you don't really want, but hey, it happens. Is he considered a success for being like a fifth rounder? I think Turu, that like even playing a role at all. So look, it's just my opinion, but like if you go round by round, Turu, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, you want a like impact. You want a starter. You want a role player. And then anything from there, give me literally anything. Like, if you draft a fourth rounder and they are serving you a function on the team, good. If you draft a sixth rounder and they are serving a function on the team, good. Like, in my opinion, I think it's easy I think depth special teams is a great way to put it, Maui. Like, to me at least, this is the easiest way to bucket picks. It's why is Velus Jones picked over Abraham Lucas? Good process. No, but if Velus can play a role, I can be satisfied, right? That's if I ever sound like I'm overly defensive over Velus Jones, it's purely because I still think there's a Marquez Valdez-Scantling like role for him, and it's just a matter of accepting that some people. It's not to call anybody out. Some people think a lot of third round picks. I don't. I see most third round picks. Now, granted, you get the Kirby Joseph here and there. Like, you can get some good players in the third round. You don't know. Just what I expect is a role player. But so that's my 2 cents. Like you're saying, Julian, it's like It's not that you aim for the role player. You just expect the role player. Oh, so bad, Grant. Like, really all over the place. Like, when I watch Borum, not just a guard, but, like, in general, it feels like Borum is... I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Playing Borum at guard is just poor use of him. Like this. I mean, it basically pushes people into bull rushing Borum, which isn't more Borum's game. Monty was a third rounder censored. I couldn't tell you the pick specifically, but he was a third rounder. And then Reef gets cranked by 99. Just dip, rip, sack. And then this next play is hilarious. I think just about objectively. 4th and 12, the Bears are going to line up to go for it. And watch everybody's body language, like, after this thing gets called. I hear you, Mike. Like, you love top 100 talent, and generally I think a role player will start. Like, role player, like wide receiver 3, right? Like a guard, like a center, or not a center always, but like, it's not as simple as they're going to do nothing for you. Because I hear you, but I don't know, you're probably right. Like, based on Velas's prototype, I just want to see him redeem the pick at all, become a single, right? Which I still think he can do, but you're probably right. I'm probably just taking somebody that has just eaten abuse on Twitter and not wanting to join in and being abusive. Not that anybody, I mean, like, he's paid $1 million, he can take it. You get what I mean. We did trade a lot of picks for Montgomery. They go Kemet yo-yo motion. It bumps the front a couple times. We get a check from Peterman. Everybody signals the check. And then flick. I love the toss plays. I know I saw somebody saying earlier, like, too many toss plays, but I like the toss plays. Oh, man, Drex, that was so sad. The one where Dominique Robinson goes around the edge, stands there for a moment, and just gets, like, crushed. Rip. I love runs like these. Herbert's quick. I'll tell you, one of the other things that I think is so interesting about this run scheme is take a look at the difference between what happens on this play. Actually, I'm going to back it up to the wide angle so you can see what I'm talking about. But so, defensive linemen are so well practiced at stopping particular run plays that you'll see them play similar angles, because remember, they're reading the offensive line, not the running back, right? So they see the offensive line specifically come up to block for outside, or for like inside zone, right? Inside zone here, looks like it anyways, and then just like some backside stuff, right? So people are crashing because they're thinking inside zone. We come up here. All that they change on this play is that they toss it out. So instead of running inside zone, they toss it out. I guess you could argue it's kind of outside zoney. Like, they're not working up there. They're not working up there. So yeah, it'd be more classical outside zone. That's on me, guys. But they're going to attack like they're coming for this gap right here. And a quick toss out just catches him in particular in the wash. So suddenly you get 1, 2 guys on 3. Maui, I think St. Brown got extended for $1.25 million. That's a reserve contract. That's like a wide receiver 6 contract, wide receiver 7 contract. I don't even know if I feel like there's any reason to have thoughts. He's solid. He's a decent last receiver on your depth chart. Like, he obviously does things that Getsy wants him to do, but if he's wide receiver 4, I got a problem with it. If he's wide receiver 3, I have a huge problem with it. I just don't think he is. So if I sound unemotional, I apologize. But so a quick toss out immediately gives Herbert a ton of space, and all it takes is this little false step from this corner right here, and you've got an explosive, right? It's misdirection. The Bears love misdirection in their run game. And I love that they involve misdirection in their run game. This is like the meat and potatoes of what makes the Shanahan offense as effective as it is. That on this play, you don't actually need to have 9 guys hit complex blocks, right? On this play, you need Trey Wesco to whiff in the right direction. You need Pringle to draw a little bit of attention, and for Pringle to stop 44, and Khalil Herbert will literally gain you 15 yards. Good play call. Way to go. Like, the Bears' ability, especially with Justin Fields, to set up run looks one way, set up run looks one way and then act on another. Sensor, this is just a well-designed run game. The good running back part comes later, right? Let me see. Then the commissioner from North Carolina goes, you mean like the Trubisky thing? Is that what we're talking about? Man, just about everybody got beat on this one, by the way. Like, Braxton loses big. Boom. Let me see. Yeah, Braxton loses big. Mustafa and Whitehair can't really win either. I wonder the same, J2K. I'll tell you, Censored, that the main value with like a highly paid running back, I don't know, not highly paid, it's more like a star running back, right? Because if you asked me right now what's Herbert worth, it's not $4.5 million, right? Herbert to me looks like a very, very good player. And you're right, Censored. It's just so interesting then that, I thought this route was really nice, by the way. Sure, from Dante Pettis, but like, seriously, watch Chase Claypool. He runs a great pick route. Like, he comes from way, way in there and cuts up field at exactly the right moment. I mean, snap. And cuts his guy off. And it's a real route. Like, there's nothing about that wouldn't be a real route. And Pettis is able to go get 11 yards. And no kidding. Like, it was really crazy, John. Like, just looking at it. But so, Claypool, I mean, this is nice. Like, it's not exactly, amazing team play. You know what I mean? But it's a basic pick concept that literally every single team runs. But that's a great way to get into it. I'll show it one more time because I'm sure everybody just wants to see it again. But like, normally you would run this with 2 guys right here, and you'd pull Claypool in a little closer so that it's easier to just have him shank up. This is a harder target to hit because he's like, you're so far away. But him doing that and opening up a just massive bucket of space for Pettis is just awfully nice to see from a schematic standpoint. Does Peterman really have to do anything? Not really, and that's the beauty of it. Peterman just hits his drop, throws the ball, and he's looking competent. Was it Duke Shelley? I think so. They got picked off? Yeah. Put him in Canton. Exactly, Julian. So then, when we talk about what you mentioned, Censored, like, this is why we don't need a star running back. I mean, I agree, but when even Peterman can't complete this, rippers. Like, would love to see a Bears running back catch a dadgum swing pass. I don't know if it's Herbert's fault. I mean, I'm sure Monty could do it, but I don't know what Monty would do with the ball after the fact. And 24 looked like he was about to take his head off anyways. But Peterman's starting to move. We're starting to click. We're starting to churn and burn the ball. I love this just because I think it's funny. Herbert motions. Peterman says, hey, that's not, nope, not that one. And then handoff. Mr. Irrelevant 2.0. Right? Man. We're not going to do the defense. I don't have it in me to do the defense on this one. Braxton did not have a good game in a run blocking. Like, normally he's been much better than this. He gets smoked. Like, I don't know if he was sick. I don't know why he wasn't warming up. Because he didn't warm up in this game. But he probably should draw a flag there. Like, 65 or 95 muscles off. Oh, gosh, it's Tonga. Uh, that just makes the wound that much deeper. But he gets, yeah, oof. I don't know about that censored because the screen game has taken some major L's. Like the screen game even produced a pick six at one point. It's hard to believe that happened, but it did. Bears run like, yeah, I don't know. I don't even know who we would watch at this point. It looks to me like Pringle wins on the outside, but it doesn't really matter much. Peterman's running for his life, throws the ball up, nothing there. Oh, this is a third down, even better. Let's see, what do we got? Who gets beat? Nobody specific, I guess, but Reef kind of gets housed. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, everyone. Oh, they go for it. I forgot about this. So they're going to have Kemet try to set a pick on, I think it's this backer. They leave him free. He tries to pick one of them, right? So that then they can get Dante Pettis up through there. Oh, I totally did too, BG. But instead, it's the Friday Night Lights ending. They're a yard short. Rip. Roll out, set your feet, and then rip and boom, TD. Yeah, Z, exactly. Ultimate tank. Well, we get to the ultimate tank play now because then, for some reason, the Bears inexplicably put Tim Boyle in the game. And we open things up with... I thought this was hilarious, by the way. So, the Claypool's going to run a post and out, but I don't know what happened to the wide receiver timing because N'Keal Harry ends up right on top of him. It's not like Claypool's route is bad. Like, this is a good little pocket. If you theoretically threw this with what's the word? Like, if you theoretically threw this with more anticipation, there's a huge pocket of space here that the cover two safety is just nowhere near. And Claypool's breaking at roughly the right depth. It's not like I have a vested interest in wanting Claypool to be good, and I get that, but the throw gets extra tough for doubling our odds, right? The throw gets extra tough when N'Keal Harry just closes on the ball and brings his defender over, which I don't really understand, but sure. Yeah, I guess N'Keal's too fast. Exactly, BG. Too quick. The throw isn't good either. But, it's Tim Boyle. What did you really expect? Good DB play. There was some good DB play from the Bears receivers because that's a pick until it's not. When the pot can boil over. Grant, that's good. I love that. You didn't, Jordan, I know you didn't want to miss Tim Boyle. So here we are. It's Boyle time. Boil it, boil it, boil it, boil it. I was in Seussical growing up. It's a good show. Oh, Julian, no worries. He'll get more Peterman. So, look, we're talking about small beans here, but Claypool does a good job on this route because if memory serves, it's a shotgun drop, and the Bears are going to run their basic 7 stop, and Boyle's going to misread it and throw way over the top for an interception. But honestly, boom. Check out how long it takes for Patrick Peterson to get his head around, right? Hands on him, pushes off. It's a clear as day push off, but they don't call it. But Peterman only just gets his head around there. You could make a real argument that Chase Claypool probably catches this with truly this much separation if the throw looks any better. Maybe. Let me make sure I understand when he threw it. Because he loaded to throw there. Peterman's not looking. Peterman gets pushed out of the way. He finds the ball, or Peterson finds the ball there. And it's just a good route with an absolute load of separation. And, oh, that's the problem. Boyle almost assuredly thinks he's got mirrors. Because it looks like he runs a post and out like Harry does. Either that or it's an NFL side adjustment, right? It could be either. But I'm sure Claypool sees that he's got a wider or a DB over the top, and that he's got a rule stating that with the DB over the top, he can chop it down. That wouldn't surprise me at all, because then you'd theoretically have pick a side and you'd pick your matchup. And then he skies it. In fact, looking at this again, I'm almost certain, the more that I look at this, that it's a side adjustment. That it's just Claypool making the call, and the quarterback's supposed to make the call with him. I don't have a problem with it. I mean, that's a crazy amount of separation. And whatever you got to do to get separation, do it. But obviously floating a pick to the other team would be worse if we weren't trying to lose. And like you're saying, J2K, we've seen the side adjustment a lot. It's not like it's new, right? So to me, it's not an issue. I don't know. It's Boyle, right? We're boiling it. Who's really getting boiled but us Bears fans? Then we get, this is when Cole Kemet starts to pop off. Who I'll tell you what, if you take a look at Cole Kemet, I don't know if my eyes deceive me. I would swear to you guys, he looks 10 pounds lighter. Like what we were talking earlier, like, and I said this, like, we really ought to take a look at just how much faster Kemet looks than I would swear to you he has in the past, even maybe earlier this season. Because Kemet catches this ball and with no hesitation just rips up field, and he actually beats the DE. This is new. Like, I'm not even kidding. 98 swirls back to come take Kemet's feet out, and he can't catch him. Like, he beats him with speed. And honestly, Jordan, I'm happy for it. Like, if he doesn't have to have like this massive jacket on of extra weight, I think he's gonna look better just as an overall tight end, because more speed to his game is massive. Let's see. Yeah, J2K, I think Velus and Kemet were the best pieces of this game besides losing and getting the number 1 overall pick. So then we've got some kind of check. That's it, George. That's it. I love it. Check down to Kemet, and Kemet says, "You want to give me check downs? Fine. I'll break your ankles." Yeah, J2K, I'm not certain where it's coming. Honestly, J2K, I can't help thinking that the best part about this season is that it feels to me like the offense actually did mold. Like, let me see. That's the thing, Jordan, right? Like, everybody does want to dump on Kemet, but when he was the consensus tight end 1, a lot of people felt like he was, let me see, like, but was up there in the same class as a guy like Freiermuth or Mayer. Mayer's an interesting one because he played his latest season at Notre Dame way too heavy, in my opinion. And Freiermuth, like, I don't know, they're different players, right? But to me, this version of Kemet is much faster, and we can work with that. Like, even if it's straight line. Oh, no, I know you'd have. And that's the thing. Like, I still don't think Kemet's going to be I don't think he's going to be a unicorn. It's not that he has to be. It's more that, this was nice, right? So, take a look at this. Like, we won't get distracted. Jordan, you and I can talk about that later. But so, Bears go outside zone blocking, but it's actually a 2-man wind back for Velus Jones, which is, real talk, sweet. I mean, you want to talk, maybe you feel like this is too much all at the same time, but you've got Claypool blocking, and check out this pitch point, right? Peterman is going to, or not Peterman, it's Boyle. Boyle is going to spin and pitch. Look at this, though. I love it. It's like all of the magic of a reverse, but without any of the confusion or the length, right? It's a double wind back to Valus that ends up where you can still do the pitching motion, but now Valus gets the ball with a blocker in front of him. And Kari Blazingame has been kind of the dude. Like, I mean, as much as I know we may make fun of fullbacks here and there, like, they both beat 99. Blazingame hits 24, drives him to Mars, and then Valus Jones does the rest, slips through a tackle, and scores. And I'm sure every Bears fan is just sitting at the couch like, wait, is that real? Did we actually score? I mean, Valus didn't even know it counted. But like you're saying, Grant, it's kind of nasty. Like, double wind back pitch action that completely fools the Vikings defense. I mean, nobody is aware or is like ready and aware for this. Blazingame does a great job. Claypool does enough, and Valus stays in bounds, which is like, dang. Look, it's not about crazy balance, but like, I'm with you, Grant. Like, Oblivion. I would tell you with a straight face that the Bears threw the game in borderline despicable fashion. You were smart to watch Red Zone all day because they went back and forth between Nathan Peterman. They took a made field goal. That's what he's saying, right? Check out this. This referee is pointing out a made field goal that the Bears caught a penalty on, so they declined the made PAT so that they could run a goal line fade to Cole Kemet. And I don't say that as a Kemet hater. I say that as talking about this is just it's just not a high percentage play. Though I don't think Boyle's throw gives him just about any chance at the football. Like, looking at the way these guys are locked up and engaged, you would think that if you utilize the area over here, that it would do more than the area back here. But we are talking about the Bears' fourth string quarterback. My expectations are not high. So there you go. Right. Let's see. For me, Jordan, I'll tell you that it's not a bother thing. I want to see the money on the Kemet extension. If Kemet gets $8 million a year, I think a lot differently of the extension than if Kemet gets $12 million a year, right? And that's the problem, Jordan, right? Is when people say, well, just wait till he gets used well, right? I feel like that's always a dangerous slope because just wait until Jalen Reagor gets used well. Hey, just wait until Laquan Treadwell gets used well. Hey, you haven't seen what's going to happen when, I don't know, like I don't know. It's tough, right? Going back and forth because at the bottom of Noah Fant looking not good for the first couple seasons was a tight end that was growing. Cole Kmet's crazy young. Like, J2K, you said earlier, like, the best part about this game was Cole Kemet coming up. I would tell you with a straight face that I think the best thing that this staff showed is that for better or for worse, the offense started as one thing and it became different things throughout the year. But it didn't have the mess that Nagy did whenever he adjusted. Like, my favorite thing was that this offense molded. And it wouldn't surprise me if Cole Kmet's role changed, where they started with Cole Kemet being basically a sixth offensive lineman before realizing that that's not how they want to use him, right? And this role, where Kemet's dropped some weight, looks a lot faster, is a much better role for him. And I think that's really core. Like, let me see. And 100%, Jordan, right? Like, you talk about... like, to me, if Kemet was same, agreed, John. To me, if Kemet got to be the fourth receiving option, if he got to be the forgotten guy, right? I think that's even better, right? I don't think Kemet's ever really going to breach, just to be honest with you, Jordan. I don't think Kemet's going to ever really breach 500, 600 yards unless Fields throws for 4,500 and there's just yards to spare, right? But I think that those 500, 600 yards can be really helpful. Like, John, you talk about Kemet developing. The irony is, I don't know how much better Kemet is getting so much as they are molding his body to be more productive. That sounds like I'm talking about something out of Warhammer 40,000. Like, we're not talking about anything crazy. It's more that there's no position as I watch film on these rookies, like the soon-to-be rookies, draftable kids, that there's no position that I've seen weight make a bigger difference in, outside of maybe edge rusher, than tight end, where if you're playing at 260, you play a very different position than if you play the game at 240, right? And to me, if Kemet can get almost what feels like 20% more speed out of his body for 10% less pounds, but he only takes like a 2% step back in blocking, I think that that is huge. Does that make sense, John? Like, I think if they're finding the right, like, body composition for what they want Kemet to be, and it involves catching more passes, and it involves running more of these screens, getting more yards after catch, than it does blocking, but that's how they want to use him, good for it. I can deal with Kemet as this, like, split between a Y and a U, right? That it doesn't bother me. That's, like, exactly, Jordan. I mean, I'm not going to argue with you that the Bears' offensive systems have ever been, like, healthy for a good little while now. By the way, Claypool, very open. PA pass. You could argue that he should cut even harder, but frankly, you would hope that Justin Fields rips this ball a little harder. That's good separation. Boom. Yeah, Peterman comes back in, and he starts throwing darts. It really was, Grant. They use a ton less cuts and sifts at this point. But I think a lot of that's because they're not trying to prioritize the pocket so much. That I do think will ultimately change. Like, the Bears at this point started this year with the plan to do play action passing from the pocket, and they got their butts kicked. They got their butts handed back to them. It was messy. John, I would argue that this was Peterman's best game. Like, I mean, he looked effective enough. He looked comfortable. Like, what's the word? I don't know. He didn't throw a pick. I don't think he threw. Does he throw a touchdown? Is it Peterman that throws the one to Kemet? Or is it Boyle again? Is Boyle the one who does all the offense? Wink. Here's Demo generating an explosive. Love it. But like Grant, because I know, or not Grant specifically, but to all the people who are fans of offensive design, I have come away really, really impressed with the way that Getsy has varied his run game. Like here, the Bears are going to run GT counter, and they get you blazing game, moving over here, GT the other way, and it works. Like, you get Whitehair and Braxton coming all the way across the formation, and Monty just runs completely free. I love run game with misdirection. I think this kind of thing, especially with a mobile offensive line, helps sow confusion and create just a little bit, what's the word? Like, it creates a little bit of doubt every time a linebacker takes a step in the Bears run game, which I think is huge. That to me is what I'm excited about. My hope is that they can apply a similar attitude to the passing game, which I'll tell you guys that, like, seeing the Bears pivot away entirely from, I hear you, Weedy. I just don't think the toss plays are really all that bad. The big problem is that, the Bears line just isn't great, and that's okay. Oh, you're right, John. Oh, that sucks. Did it actually cause Claypool to get angry? Are you kidding me? Wait, no. Right? Is that not Boyle? I think Boyle threw that, didn't he? Was it Nate? Oh, rip. Here's some great defensive play. This is this is sweet. Like, here we've got, honestly, the sad part is if Peterman's a little bit more patient, The slant coming out of this is there. But he's going to take the one-on-one with N'Keal Harry, and the throw just doesn't get there. But Harry sends it away. Check this out. If it was a defensive back, we'd be calling it sweet. Boom. Right, AKS. That's the goal. We got to get N'Keal Harry in as the nickel corner. And then I think... Yeah, Harry makes a nice play there. Talk about extending a drive. Strike to Harry. Well, calling it a strike's a little unfair. A little high, but Harry cleans it out. I would love to see a little more confidence with Justin Fields ripping balls every once in a while, but hopefully it'll come. Him not trusting the receivers is both warranted, but not something that can sustain forever. Man, Weedy, that'd be hilarious. So here we get Kemet on a block and release. He gets out. Hits the gas. We got to love it. Jordan, I can't help but wonder how much of that comes down to investment, right? Because you're right. We don't see it in LaFleur, but I can't remember what LaFleur's first-year offense looked like. I mean, what I have always heard, Jordan, is that the first year of an offense, you basically get to install about half of what you're looking for. I'm not trying to bring up any bad memories of Nagy's 202 stuff, right? It's more to say that I tend to think that Luke Getsy's investment went almost entirely into the running game this year. That's the vibe I get anyways. And so stuff like toss-outs, stuff like inside zone runs, stuff marrying all of this with jet sweeps, I wouldn't call them reverses, but like all the different stuff that they've tried in the ground game arguably sets up a year next year where they can brandish a brand new passing game that's like developed and just stick with the running game that they have, and you end up surprising the league. I mean, Jordan, think about it. If you come out with a bunch of pass concepts this year and you end up confusing your second-year quarterback, what did you gain? But if you figure out what running game works and how you're going to build your identity, you got to love this, right? Break, gets in, fights, score. I'm that man. We missed the softball swing in this. Watching backup quarterbacks get to the checkdowns and score, I would hope inspires Fields a little bit. Not because we need him to be some checkdown Charlie, you guys understand, but just, like, look at this. I mean, for as much as we make fun, like, if Nathan Peterman can roll out, step up, and still get the ball through a defender to ultimately score a touchdown, we can expect the same out of Justin Fields. Peterman with the touchdown pass. Now, let me see. It was a great play by Peterman, Kemet. And you're totally right, BG. Like, Fields may keep this and score. Totally possible. But I'll tell you that, like, it's not that I'm dunking on Fields. It's more that I'm setting up that for as many people as want to freak out about arm angles, there are plenty of times that we can expect a little more. And Haplo, I honestly don't blame you for feeling that way because I think it's hilarious. Like when you've put it that way, it feels almost targeted, doesn't it? That like Mitch was money throwing short, and everybody said anybody can throw short. And then the football gods said, anybody? You sure about that? But hey, we got a 25 touchdown total? 25 touchdowns his sophomore season. Like, Derek, if you're still in here, there is plenty of, especially when you cut out and you say passing room to grow, like plenty compared to Trubisky. We need Fields' year 3 to look different. But not a bad, like, really not a bad way to, I don't know. That's the other problem, Maui, is that like you look at I just start to get weird because like the 16 fumbles thing really bothers me, Maui, because it counts as a fumble when you botch a snap and pick it back up. That play goes down as Justin Fields fumbles. He lost two. He lost two fumbles. And I understand that there are a lot of people that say, well, that's just some of that's just probability. Like, that's all fumble luck. And I'm like, I get that you feel like it's fumble luck, but when you're in a wet, rainy day and you drop the snap and you pick it back up, like, you'll be all right. That's barely a fumble. Like, I get that it's considered a dispossession, but Maui, it's more of a, like, I would say Fields fumbled about 5 total times. I mean, a lot of the other fumbles, now that's totally me working off the top of my head. It could be closer to like 7, right? Exactly AKS, like a wild pitch versus a pass ball. To me, a lot of Fields' fumble numbers come from wet days where weird stuff happened. And don't get me wrong, like it's not that simple. And I promise I'm not trying to be a homer. Like, Fields' interceptions generally were more something we could follow, at least more, right? But a lot of the fumbles for, like, with Fields in particular, were, some of them were bad snaps, like, sure. Some of them were just Fields dropping the ball, like, literally just dropping them. But not near as many as that implicates, where Fields stepping back into the pocket, getting his arm absolutely hammered, or Fields on the run, getting hit and like the ball popping out. That just didn't happen near as often as 16 fumbles would have you think, But so I tend to think so, or I tend to agree, BG. Weedy, that's a good point. It really was, Jordan. Yeah, John, that's a good point. Even some of these interceptions were weird, though we got to stop hitting helmets. So when we talk about explosion, this is a play that I just don't think Montgomery makes. It's not even that big a deal. Oh, that is nice, J2K. Ooh. When we talk about explosion, he gets through the hole. Braxton loses the hole. Like, look at this. You have to be quick enough to capitalize on your window, because Braxton throws his man into the rushing lane, and if at this moment Montgomery's only just coming through, we're going down, right? But Herbert's quite fast. He gets through, hits a shoulder shake. Ooh, that is nice. J2K, good job picking this up. Pop. And then still has the juice to turn up field. Make it a very nice gain. Yeah, John. Yes, there's a lot of that. Film school, that's actually a good question. I don't know, because I don't know. I think like once or twice, but it is still considered a fumble. There was a bunch of weird stuff. Like, for instance, Fields got credited from the box score as having had 4 fumbles in the New England game. He didn't lose any of them because none of them were fumbles. I remember a play in particular where Fields dropped the ball, picked it back up off the turf, and then threw it. Like, you don't even really remember that he dropped it. I remember another play where Fields got credit for a fumble because he had to reach out with his right and tap the ball on the ground because the snap was so bad. Like, it's not that simple. It's more to say that Fields' fumbles are such a weird statistic this year because there's a lot of bad weather games, and those bad weather games led to a lot of these crappy snaps that ended up on the turf. And look, when you have 16 fumbles and you just lose 2, either the hand of God himself protected you, or maybe not all of those should be considered fumbles in the same sense as others. But that's yeah. That's the thing, Jordan. I don't think you always need 2 backs that are categorically different. Like, I tend to think that the goal would be both of them would be explosive. Now, it's just a feeling I have. Maybe part of it is that they're planning on not keeping Herbert for all that much longer, for all I know. But I think it's okay that you can build an offense where the running back does this thing, that on 3rd and 1 you'll figure something out. But I don't know. I'm not Ryan Poles. I'm sure there are just a bunch of ways to skin the cat of the running game. Man, those pitches look so sad. Maybe it is BG. Like, that's totally possible. You know, it's funny you say that, Jordan, because, like, while Herbert doesn't deal with Tonga hitting him well, I would say Herbert sheds DBs really well. Herbert's not the kind of guy who's just going to go down on a shoestring, but he's also not a pile mover, if that's what you're looking for. Though part of me thinks you could find a pile mover in the 5th, 6th, 7th round. Tonga is definitely not small. Screen, and it's awful. The Bears' screens get read out so easily. They just have to work on this. In this case, I think it's that Whitehair peels off his guy too quickly. Since he does, he goes out there, forces Herbert outside or inside. There's just nothing left. I think people do. I think the running backs don't matter thing has people thinking that running backs are only X helpful, and they're not. It's just not that simple. Now, what Kemet isn't is a separator. That's okay, how many tight ends are. But this is what the route's supposed to look like. This is a little closer to the route that Kemet actually runs. And when people talk about roundness in routes, this is why it matters. I would love to see Kemet's route running technique get a little better, though I know his hips aren't really amazing, but like because he bends this route around the linebacker, this safety accelerates, and maybe the throw's late, like according to the way they want it. Maybe in theory, Peterman's supposed to come out of the fake, plant right there, and throw, but he throws pretty doggone quick. There's just not a lot of room. The safety undercut him. And you're right, Jordan. I would just love to see when you're going up against a safety that your first steps aren't already slanting. Because the moment you do that, 44 is keeping you off. One cut is a good way to put it. Pringle runs an out route. Nothing specific. We're just going to start. I hate to tell you guys, we're going to start skipping the boring stuff. I'm about ready to have the shortest stream yet. I'm about ready. 3rd and 5. Claypool. Good separation. Again, not every route has to be incredible, but it's a good cut. Right, Akusai? Pop, pop. Separation. Don't we love it? Gets upfield. Fights through contact. 5 yards. Yeah, Maui, we'll talk a little bit about the draft. We're going to talk a ton about the draft as we go. Like, not just this stream. I mean, to say that we've got the draft fully covered right now is completely unfair. I mean, we haven't even seen, like, we've just seen the national championship, which I know Jordan Jimenez, if you're still in here, I do remember your question. We just haven't gotten there yet. But yeah, we'll talk a little bit about the draft. I don't want to talk about, I don't want to out talk it. Like, if I talk it to death, which I'm sure will be tough. Bears season review next week's stream topic. I liked the idea of doing a playoff game, actually. Like, I think there's a lot we can learn from the playoff games, even if we don't normally just talk Bears, even if it'll be a bit of a departure. I think that it can be a healthy departure to just go through some tape and be like, what are these guys doing? What's that good? Or like, what's good? What's bad? Because I think the more we can learn about football, frankly, the better fans we can be. But Yeah, right, Mike. Can we do the Dallas game? You know what, John? If the Cowboys don't embarrass themselves, which is usually saying something, absolutely. Why not? Uh, and Eric, I can't help but think. Okay, so to me, we can bury the body here at the end. Like, uh, yeah, George, I get that. I do get that. That like there's some things to just his technique that can get better as they go. Is this the fourth down? This fourth down made me sad, but I don't mind. Okay, so I don't know if it's a Harry problem or what. Harrison, we're about to get there. Like, why does Harry keep being double trouble? Like, this is not a bad, like, it's not a bad route concept. It's not even a horrible route. If the throw is any earlier, you probably have to throw this with anticipation. I mean, remember, we're talking about play calls for fourth and a whole lot, right? But J2K, I know you mentioned like giving them two chances to catch the ball. Why does Harry keep ending up near these? I'm not going to get it. But yeah, Velas goes for the hands catch. It gets broken up. Good play by Duke Shelley. Throw's not really there either. It seems, anyways. Like that, making a wide receiver reach back like that for a ball doesn't help. Edgy, I would tell you if I have watched pretty much a down of special teams, but this was just not the year that I was going to do that, unfortunately. So, all right, we're about to get there. Man, when Dante Pettis wants to, he can run a route or two. Like, this is nice. Pop, pop, pop. Almost loses. Oh, he drops it. Oh, Pettis, you killed me. As if on cue. Oh, that is so sad. Jay, that is Pettis' whole career in one play. That is so funny. Oh, that is so funny. Ooh, that's a sweet route. And yes, the throw's on time. And, oh, we dropped it. Ooh, we dropped it. That is so funny. All right, so seriously, John. And that's Alan Lazard. Honestly. Actually, that's serious. If you combine ESB and Pettis, you get Alan Lazard, which is why if they do sign him. So if you earlier, I think people asked, I think it was Reinhardt. So if you're going to watch the VOD, Reinhardt, like, here we are. You asked Alan Lazard, or John, you asked Lazard or Jacoby Myers. Reinhardt said Jacoby Myers. Jacoby Myers, to be honest with you guys, is the better player. Jacoby Myers is JSN light. He's going to play out of the slot. He's a separator. Comes from a UDFA background, not that that matters. But, like, he is going to create space and separate. And he's probably going to get a bag, sure, Z. But you're not going to play him outside. With Lazard, the bright side, I guess what you would want out of Lazard in this case is that Lazard can play every single position on this offense at a relatively decent level. Like, where Lazard helps you is that if you want to line Lazard up in this condensed set, you can. If you want to line him up outside and ask him to quick separate, you can. If you want Lazard to hit if you want him to hit a slot fade, he can. If you want Lazard to make a huge block for you on a pin and pull so that you can get the run open, sure, he can do that. Like, it's not that Lazard does anything well. His magic is that he doesn't do anything badly. And so, exactly, Maui. And if he was any better, he would probably be staying in Green Bay, but he's not. And I'm with you, Jordan, before you even say it. Like, yeah, no, John, Lazard's hands are UDFA for a reason. But that's the weirdness, right? It's like, is Jacoby Myers... Okay, let me put it this way. If you get Jacoby Myers, you could make a very strong argument that there is no room to add a wide receiver one. You have now built 3 twos, the receiver core, right? You have Mooney, Claypool, Mooney specifically as your Z. You have Claypool as your X, and you have Myers as your slot. And it's very defined, and all 3 of them are pretty good, but none of them are really good, and that's your receiver core. If you get Allen Lazard, on the other hand, you can reasonably still go find a wide receiver 1 or an upgrade of any kind. And Lazard becomes not only your wide receiver 4, sure, not a bad wide receiver 4, but injury insurance. Mooney goes down for a season. Lazard plays the Z. Claypool goes down for the year. Lazard plays the X. You lose JS, or let's say Jackson Smith-Jigba. Like, Lazard plays that power slot role. Like, I'm with you, Jordan. I think he's best as a power slot, but he's a serviceable X receiver, which is actually saying something, because there aren't even that many guys that can handle the position, just given the state of it in the NFL. So I don't really have a preference. I think each of those can work fine. Like, I don't think either guy is the answer in free agency. I got to tell you, in my opinion, I think drafting a sweet receiver is fun. Like, I don't even know if it's the best option. It's just the fun option, right? And so whatever that receiver looks like whether we're talking about Josh Downs, whether we're talking about Marvin Mims, whether we're talking about any of that, whether it's Zay Flowers in the second round or Quentin Johnston in the first, doesn't make a difference. Drafting a receiver is fun. Edgy, that's the thing. I don't know what Allen Lazard's market is going to be. Like, to me, the plus about Lazard compared to Jacoby Myers is that I think Myers is sort of the belle of the ball in free agency, whereas I think Lazard may be viewed as there's no way he's going to produce here like he produced there, except for in Chicago, where I think that we'll give him a little bit more than maybe anybody else will, which is fine. So that he can bring all of that offensive experience over. So who's to say that's exactly what's going to happen? I don't know. But if you made me choose between Jacoby Myers for $14 million a year and Allen Lazard for $8, I would pick Lazard. Because I hear you, Edgy, but it's not as easy as just stuff money into the offensive line. We can, and we probably should, but just because you stuff money in there doesn't make it good. Case in point, Bengals. But let's finish things out, because I think if this is, it's not. Let's see. So Boyle's in. We screw up the third down. Yeah, Joe. I agree. That's why you'd probably have to do it with the second rounder, and even then, I'd probably take a tackle. Is this play seriously on 4th down? That's frustrating. So here's the pick on 4th down. I'm telling you, John, unless there's more garbage time, it's Boyle. It's Boyle. But Claypool gets wide open. I mean, Claypool gets open on this. Run, break. Look at that. Look at that separation. That is crazy. Harrison, you want to talk about the celebration not sitting right? This is a touchdown. Duke Shelley gave up a touchdown on 4th down. Snap, he's done. Touchdown. Nobody's catching him. Just get the ball out. But he didn't. So Duke Shelley catches it. And Shelley gets really, really excited. Which, like you're saying, Harrison, neato. I'm sure that's a story that he was really excited about. I get it. He feels like the Bears didn't believe in him. Sure. But, man. Every pass catcher is playing to the level they're slotted into. We need somebody to push everyone down one spot. Neither Myers nor Lazard can do that. No, they bring the bottom up. And yeah, I hear you. I hear you, Jordan. I'm wondering what Lazard's market's actually going to be. But man, oh man, oh man. Like, Claypool actually looked really pretty good. I'm excited. I think Valus, Claypool, and Kemet all looked pretty good. And you got to love it. That's what you're looking for. Even if it's not the result we wanted, we lost. But so, Maui, what is your... Because then they come on, and I mean, I don't think I've seen the losing team kneel. Have you guys? Have you? Does the losing team get in victory formation? Like, is this normal? Even in a blowout? Like, or is this even more so? Like, more proof that they're tanking. The Bears won that day, hence the victory formation. It was a victory. That's hilarious. That's so funny. That didn't take you guys any time at all. That's so funny. We're number one. Yeah. But Maui, when it comes to the draft, just as we close up, like, what's on your mind? Because, like, obviously there's a lot we can do with it. But let's see. Beyond their top guys, they had no depth, Frank. And I mean, like, the Bears were bad in the first place. But it's... So, talking about the draft, like, what are we looking at? Because I really am curious. What... Just because, in my opinion... Here, I'll play the tape. You know what? We'll close up as the defensive tape just rolls. So just, it better not finish. I would like to be done before then. But we can do a quick draft primer all the same. Brian Flores would be fun. Let's see, who are the 10 best players? AKS, I wish it was that easy. I can tell you that what I think is going to happen first things first is that I think that the Bears are ultimately going to trade their pick sometime in March. I think that it's just too good. Let's see. When you need everything, you should just take best player available. Absolutely, Joe. I don't think that the Bears are in a position for beggars to be choosers. And it's just a matter of who is the best player, what determines them being the best player. I definitely don't think it's as simple as, I don't think it's as simple as position, but I also don't think that, for instance, so there's only one real, I guess I would call it problem. Like, it's not that simple. Like, to me at least, I look at Will Anderson, and I'll believe Flus would draft him when I see it. Will Anderson seems like a bona fide stud in a 3-4. And that's not to say that he couldn't play well in the Bears 4-3. When I watch his tape, I see a guy who looks like he's about 245, and that's okay. It's just not a defensive end. But he's so good at defending the run. Maybe you make an exception for him. You go Yannick, but a lot better. Like Yannick plus run defense. Possible? Definitely possible. But Mike, I don't know if I agree with that. Like, whenever I hear motor concerns, I'm like, what does motor even mean? Like, because I'm with you, Frank. Like, Will's play strength is awesome. The size concerns are, I don't even know if it's like concerns. I mean, the problem is, Frank, let's call a spade a spade. The problem is that when you get some of these defenders, okay, here's my legit opinion, I think. To me, there are like 5 defenders that, and to be honest, I'm only even thinking of 3, but there are quite a few defenders that are top 5 pick worthy, but to me, all of them would, generally speaking, be like the 4th pick. Like, I don't know if there is, and I'm curious to hear what you draft nicks think. No, he doesn't, Jordan. He's got crazy bend, honestly. To me, there's not that like crown jewel player. That's J2K. You're getting exactly what I'm thinking. Like I don't feel like whether it's Will Anderson, Jalen Carter, I love Tyree Wilson, to be honest. Like I think he is crazy long. I think he's going to test crazy well. Like right now, you can get him in a PFF mock draft simulator at like the second round, and that's just nuts. Like, he's going to rocket up like Kayvon Walker rocketed up. Does that mean he's going to go number one? Doubt it. But I do think he's going to end up in the top 10. And so I look at some of these guys, and look, I'll be honest. Like, you look at Georgia, for instance, because John, you've talked about this before, that like Georgia defender, or like that Jalen Carter doesn't have any Jalen Carter doesn't have any production compared to half these guys. We're doing like a draft primer raging. Most Georgia players don't, John. That's I think the only caveat is that Jordan Davis didn't have any production, and honestly, Kayvon Walker didn't have any production. So Jalen Carter doesn't have any production, but it's also like it's his big red flag. The tape looks great. He's disruptive. He's crazy. He needs to get in shape where he can play every down, but the advantages are obvious. There's just a but with a lot of these. If you're the Bears specifically, like I can't help but think that he produced a ton of pressures, John. Like, at least I don't cover the Jags. You guys know that. So I have to rely on Twitter and other people talking about stuff. Right. And at least the Jags people I know talk about how by the end of the year, Kayvon Walker was coming on very, very strong. But obviously Aiden Hutchinson was a dude. So I'm not about to defend the pick, more just saying he seems like he played well. I guess we'll see more in the playoffs, but I don't know. To me, like you're talking about, Jordan, there's only a couple of blue chippers. And if you're a 4-3 defense, I would argue that even the bluest of blue chippers, because like you're saying, Jordan, you mentioned that Will Anderson is the best edge that you've seen since Garrett. I would agree with you, except we're talking about a 4-3 team that wants a specific type of edge, right? And so when I look at the Bears situation, it gives him a red flag where it's frustrating, to be honest. But I think that somebody like Tyree Wilson could really aid that. Then again, if you told me that Carolina was willing to give you J2K, let's talk about that in a moment, because I think it would look a lot like the Ravens. But so if you told me that the Carolina Panthers were willing to come up, the Carolina Panthers were willing to come up, they would give you this year's number 9, they would give you next year's 2024 first, they would give you the year after that's 2025 first, and they'd give you a second round this year and next year. Oh, interesting. Now we're talking. Like, it's not that simple. You guys obviously know that, but like, the big magic here is that it doesn't matter how far we trade down. First, the offers have to come in. It does take two to tango. And J2K, I'm curious to see whether Ballard was bluffing. I don't know that he was. I mean, to me, Ballard sounds like a man who's about to lose his job. Like, we said this earlier in the show, but it sounds to me like Pace did in early 2020. I think it was 2020, the year he drafted Fields. So at this point, I can't help but wonder just what's going on. I think that Carter's going to be an awesome pick. If the Bears get Carter, I think Carter's going to be awesome. Like, if the Bears get Anderson, I think Anderson's going to be awesome. I think Tyree Wilson can look really awesome. And like you're talking about, John, I mean, I think that's exactly the case with Carter, where his ceiling is crazy. I will tell you that if the Bears can get Buckner, I am pretty ecstatic, because like you said earlier, Buckner's what you're hoping Carter becomes. Yeah, exactly, Edgy. You know you're just about done when the owner is telling you who to start at quarterback. But, Edgy, at the same time, you gotta love that Ballard's still the GM, because now Ballard has a chance to earn himself a 3-year extension. And $10 to $12 million will do a lot for you. See, Anderson's not going to be awesome in the in a Bears nickel defense. It doesn't translate to Mike, the Bears scheme. Oh gosh, Anderson's definitely not playing Mike linebacker. Raging, but so we'll see what happens. But at the end of the day, to me at least, Maui, I think we're kind of waiting and seeing. Like, my team is going to build a draft board, and it should be an awful lot of fun just talking through scheme fit and players and really trying to take a Bears-focused lens on draft analysis while still talking about these players in depth. I'm going to have a lot of fun putting out reports and other stuff, like draft reports that I think you guys are going to like. My team's making sure that I'm getting a lot of breadth, that we're going to be brief as much as possible. I think I want to go through and basically do like a roster highlight series of sorts where I go make my super in-depth cinematic style videos. Players that I have in mind, I've been working on Eddie Jackson, but with baby and whatnot, if you can't tell, working on has been like, it's been in the background. But now that the season's over, we can do an Eddie Jackson video about his impact. We can do a should Sanborn be the starter video. And I'm not going to claim an answer yet because I need to rewatch the film. Like, probably, but should he? Like, that kind of question. We can do like a Fields review. We can do the whole deal while we do everything else. And I think that's neat. I will tell you that in my opinion, if the Bears aren't wait, Grant, did he go off? Because I just been that's fun. But so, like, let's see. The Bears showed us the document on how they value ILB and DE spots, and Anderson doesn't fit either. That's hilarious. Let's see. At one point, do you accept production over measurables? Anderson is great against the run. Donald, if at this point, like, I can't help but think to myself that with Anderson in particular, let's see. Yeah, they literally did raging. I remember that. Like, in my opinion, Donald, oh gosh, words. I would almost wonder if the Bears are hoping to trade down enough that Anderson gets taken and that they don't have to worry about dealing with not taking Anderson. Does that make sense, Donald? There are some of these players where you almost want to just get just out of reach enough that, oh no, somebody else took him. We couldn't have done anything. I guess we're just boxed into taking Jalen Carter, right? Like that would be what number 4 would be unless Arizona went crazy and drafted Jalen Carter earlier, or the Texans did or something. I don't know. A lot of different ways that this, because I agree with you, Renewable. That's true, where I'm not trying to dunk on anybody in particular, but people break out the word generational all the time. And to me, John, I feel like you and I see the game very similarly in many ways. I can't help thinking that for the Bears, just about any player in the top 5 is... And anytime you spend that pick on a player, you better hope they're good. Because the moment that Solomon Thomas happens, yes, obviously we're talking about a Niners team that did so many other things right. They drafted Arik Armstead, for crying out loud. They got Fred Warner. They got Nick Bosa. Like, they worked it out, the fact that they didn't have, like, Solomon Thomas. Or, like, that Solomon Thomas didn't play up to what they wanted him to be. But at the same time, I can't help feeling like if the Bears hit that pick, or if the Bears miss on that pick, it's going to hurt an awful lot. And if the Bears trade down a ton, like, how much worse is Brian Breesy than Jalen Carter? You know, a good bit. I'm not going to pretend he's not. They're not the same. There are a lot of people that want to act like they're the same. They're not the same. But at least with Breesy, you've picked up so many other players around you that you're not as worried about if Breesy specifically doesn't hit. Because that 15% is critical, Jordan. And you know that. But you're not dependent on whether he hits. I'll tell you, I think there's a ton of tackle talent in this draft. As I dig into it, like, tackle in particular is starting to pop to me. I mean, I see Darnell Wright very differently than some. J2K, I'm interested to hear what you think. But when I look at first of all, I don't like Murphy at all. Like I've watched one game of Murphy and probably could use watching another. But the Miles Murphy game that I saw reminded me a lot of Leonard Floyd in that its body type, its projection, its traits, and its next to no film. I mean, at least, John, I can make the argument that with Jalen Carter, Georgia's just not asking him to rush straight up, right? Like, it's not, Georgia doesn't play 4 up and go, right? Georgia doesn't let their guys line up and go whoop, but they scheme and they game and they play a specific style of defense on a down-to-down basis where Jalen Carter is running a stunt for this player. Jalen Carter is doing this, like that on the occasional down where Jalen Carter gets to go, he goes and he produces. And I understand that that's like, I don't know, very glass half full of the situation, but it does feel to me like at least Carter in that specific instance, I can look at and say, I know what film I'm seeing. That film is crazy. And while he's not productive overall, because he doesn't get enough, like he basically doesn't get the green light enough. Because I agree, John, but I think he's going to come to the Bears and that they're going to turn him into a down-to-down lineman and boom, like the Bears are going to reap the rewards. It's just the Okudah question, right? Right, John? Like, that's what we're really talking about, is what would Jeff Okudah have had to be to justify pick number 4, right? Which, I get it. There's not an easy answer there. Raging, I don't think Anderson is Leonard Floyd, in my opinion. Like, I think Anderson is a phenomenal 3-4 linebacker. I mean, I think we're looking at a Micah Parsons, Khalil Mack level player. Like, we don't need to tear Anderson down. Anderson looks outstanding and small. And the fact that you end up with that size issue just makes me think that they're not going to fit. Right. Exactly. Like, Jordan, we're on the same page. But so to me, like, I look at, when I look at, let's see. Hang on. So with tackle, like there's a couple guys. Oh, of course. Anytime, Mike. And like truly, we're always happy to have you. And I'm with you, Shane. I think we're going to have to wait and see. But I'll tell you what, like a couple tackles. Look, Broderick Jones is probably going in the first round. I don't see why he wouldn't. I think Darnell Wright looks fabulous. Probably not a great Bears fit, but I think he looks awesome. I mean, Jordan, I can't think of a second round tackle. Like, we were getting ourselves hot and bothered, not us specifically, over the other tackle from North Dakota State University, whose name just completely eludes me. Did he go to the Texans a couple years ago? Please do, Mike. We're truly happy to have you. Like, and this year we've got a tackle who whoops ass. I mean, I don't know, truly, Jordan, I'm not going to debate with him. I don't know what Ben is talking about, like with inconsistencies. He had Dylan Radins, that's who I'm thinking of. Like, I respect the hell out of Ben Fennell. I'm sure he sees what he sees, but I feel like he just doesn't want tackle to look the way that Darnell Wright makes it look, and that's all right, because Wright is super slow. I mean, Wright really looks like if you took, I don't want to say Tristan Wirfs, that's not fair, but like, I feel like if you took Wright's hands and you put them on a different tackle, that he would look, or that he'd be, I don't know, like he'd probably be top 10 pick. I mean, the problem that Darnell Wright has is that the Bears love to move their tackles, or at least they love to move Braxton Jones. And Darnell Wright is just a fabulous pass protector. He's so smart and such a quick run blocker. Like, or not run blocker. Like, to me, what's amazing, Jordan, there's a rep I remember. I would pull up his tape, but we'd get demonetized. We'll do it soon. Like, one of my favorite reps is that after swatting a guy's hands away for 3 plays in a row, the defensive end tried to hesitate, and Wright's hands just snapped him, grabbed his chest, and yanked him to the ground. And it was just a snatch. It was fabulous. Like, watching the quickness with which his mind operates, I can visualize how many edge rushers, even in the NFL level, that he would just stone. And the ability to anchor like he does is amazing. And in a passing league, yes, you bet, Amora. Absolutely. Would love it. Will do. I don't know why. Just know I see you. I don't know why it didn't increment the bottom thing. I've had super chat issues. But we'll figure it out. And thank you. Yes. But so, like you're saying, Jordan, it should be awesome. Like they had to move him off of exactly Jordan. Like, I don't know what, I think that there are some people that are going to look at Darnell Wright. They're going to see the fact that he's not a mover, and that they're going to miss the fact that I haven't watched every tackle in this draft, but if Paris Johnson and Skoronski, or whatever his name is a better pass protector than Darnell Wright, credit to him, because Darnell Wright is fabulous. I mean, really fabulous. Like, I love Tyron Smith's violence last year, and I was one of the, like, Brandon and I were two of the first people on the fact that he was going to be a first rounder. He was. Like, Darnell Wright is an outrageously good pass protector. And then, what's his name? Oh gosh, is it Cody Mock? Am I remembering this correctly? Mock is a fabulous lower body athlete that I need to see his 2021 tape, because he practically looked like a kid in 2021 at NDSU that was playing without hands. But his lower body looked fabulous. Cody Mock in particular, that, to me, he's a top second rounder, right? But his ability to move is crazy. And that's the thing, Raging. Not to pivot off of Mock quickly, but the fact that college guys can't land a hand on Anderson is the gimmick. That's the draw, is that these guys can't touch him. Anderson puts it, they try to put their hands on Anderson and they end up on the ground. While I hear you that it looks like, oh, he's just hitting a bunch of stunts. You do have to run stunts well to cash in on them, and Anderson does. I think it'll happen in the NFL more than you think. I mean, there are people in the NFL that say that you can't run the football, and then Lamar shows up. J2K, I got to tell you, Mock to me definitely looks like a Bears lineman. I don't know if he'd be a guard or a tackle, probably a tackle, but I agree with you, J2K, that when I watched Mock, I went, oh man, that looks like a Packer. And if it looks like a Packer, that's probably a Bear, right? I'll tell you, DeJuan Jones, I think is super interesting, Jordan. I don't see him as quite the mover you do, but somebody his size shouldn't be able to move like that. That's for sure. I think in some cases, one thing that DeJuan Jones has to work on, Jordan, because, hey, you're a subscriber, you know what? I will do the homework to have a conversation with anybody, anything, anybody, or anything anybody brings to the table. I got no problem with that. And so with DeJuan Jones, I actually think sometimes his own arm length gets him in trouble. It is his blessing. It is his curse. Thank you so much, Amora. Seriously, you're amazing. Thank you so much. You have no idea how much that means to the channel. That's incredible. Thank you. Wow. But so, ask any question you want. I got you. Point is, Jordan, that to me, it's not that makes DeJuan Jones bad. I just want to know what he's going to look like when he gets dipped and ripped by Nick Bosa. Because if an Iowa defensive end can put even just the littlest bit of pressure on him through dipping under his arms, then I have to ask what it's going to look like when the best of the best go up against him. But at the same time, Jordan, I also see DeJuan Jones stoning people with those hands, and they are long. I mean, he looks like a made-up person playing. He looks like he's in a video game where his arms are 1.5 times longer, literally everybody else. What do I think about trading down to Atlanta and getting Kyle Pitts? Oh, Amora, that would be sweet, but I don't know if Atlanta would be ready to give Kyle Pitts up because he's too young, right? And I tend to think that after investing number 4, they're not going to they're not going to give him away. The main reason the Buckner trade is even possible, because I think, Amor, if I could be honest, I think that there are some people that are running a little too far with with Bears trade with team get player. Let me use an example. There are a lot of Bears fans that are like, oh, hell yeah, let's go get DJ Moore from the Panthers. If the Panthers are coming up for a quarterback, don't you think they want their receiver in DJ Moore? Don't you think they do? Because I think they do. In that same sense, I don't think the Raiders would come up for a quarterback and give away Devontae Adams. I don't think that's on the table. With Buckner, I agree with you, Donald, that he's old. But at the same time, there's specifically such a strong Eberflus connection. I think it makes it at least a real option. Does that make sense? You don't even have to necessarily love the move. It's more that if Buckner would come back, it's literally just because Eberflus needs that player and knows that guy. But Eberflus may specifically want Carter for that same reason. Who's to say? Yeah, BG, the one where Jacob Infante, who I think is great, suggested that the Bears would trade with the Jets and that they would get Quinnen Williams, 3 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks. Yeah, if I got offered that, I would take it. Brandon, are you still here? Because I don't hear it as criticism. That was just trade on crack. Which I hope the Bears get a trade offer on crack. Why wouldn't they? Right? But it was that was one of those where I was like, no. I mean, you are hoping that Quinnen Williams, or that Jalen Carter becomes what Quinnen Williams is. That's the prayer, But you're probably not just getting him. I don't want to say for free, but you're probably not just getting that for number 1. I mean, it would be crazy. But so let's see. I agree with you, Donald. It's got to be the Colts or the Jets, because both GMs are in the same place. People aren't talking about the fact that Joe Douglas is probably a year from also getting fired. This Jets team has to make the playoffs. It has to. And some of these guys may not care what they're, to use an example, it's an article on WCG, Brandon, where I think it was Jacob suggested that the Bears could get 3 first-round picks, 2 seconds, and Quinnen Williams. But let me see. I want to trade back further than most Bears fans after watching Michael Mayer. Michael Mayer is really good. I need a Notre Dame fan to tell me which game to watch. Because the 2021 tape, he didn't really do anything during the game that I watched against Cincinnati until the very end. And then he suddenly started popping out really nice routes and subtle separation. And I'm a huge fan of that. Outside of blocking, that is. And then in the 2022 tape, he looked like he was 15 to 20 pounds heavier than he wanted to be. And he just looked slow. And that was the Ohio State game where the biggest play was fumbling the football by running, which is never a good look, right? Eric, let me see. Yeah, Jets losing a year for a quarterback doesn't seem to fit their timing. Not at all. A trade up for the Jets kind of makes sense when you think about it, Eric, but they'd have to slot that rookie in and love them. Raging, I tend to think that, let me see, the JSN range seems to be 10 to 40. Projections are all over the place. Donald, I think that's because, to use an example, I think okay, Donald, do you mind if I spit some hot fire? Do you mind if I'm critical of the general community, even if it means that I acknowledge my own imperfection? Cause I can. I'm more than happy to do this. The draft community at large is built off of 2 types of people, minimum. Well, I mean, I guess it's 3. It's former scouts, so they do what they did, but they put it on the internet. Then it is amateur scouts like Ben Solak, who's amazing. I'm picking Ben Solak in this category because technically he's not a professional scout for a team, but he's as good, maybe better, than some of the scouts that are out there. And then there's a massive, massive group, Donald, that populate the mock draft simulators of the guy that works for Battle Red blog that doesn't watch a lick of drafting content, and he still puts out a mock draft and it's still official and it still gets aggregated in big board rankings, but he doesn't know anything. And so he's like, and therefore he's out there, like, his vote counts basically, but he doesn't know anything. So he hears a report that Jackson Smith-Jigba may fall to the second round. Does he actually think he's going to go there? Does he have a reason for this? Not really. He just read the report of it, right? And therefore voted it. And I think that populates more draft stuff than you'd ever realize. I mean, to use an example, Donald, last year, if you go back, you can fact check me on this. You can find my post-Senior Bowl mock draft where I took, for the Bears, not that this all worked out, I took Jalen Tolbert in the second. He got drafted in the third. I took Devontae Wyatt in the third, saying at the time, this is ridiculous. There's no way he'll be here. He got drafted in the first. I took Tyler Adams. Oh, no. Was it Tyler Adams? Oh, gosh. Whoever got drafted as left tackles. Tyron Smith. I can't remember. I literally can't remember his name. But he, like, I drafted him in the fourth round. He got drafted in the first. Like, Christian Watson, I think I took in the fifth. He got drafted in the first. Like, Tyler Smith, thank you, Jordan. Like, this happens every year where this time everybody's picking Zay Jones in the fourth round because he's freaking good. He's going to go in the top of the second. Like, if not the first. I mean, it's like, we do this all the time. Like, Josh Downs isn't going in the third round. And Darnell Wright isn't going in the fourth round. And this is part of why we wanted to do Building the Board, is because we want to kind of get out there and be like, okay, this is ridiculous. Like, we're not saying we're 100% correct, but like, let's stop mocking Christian Watson in the fifth. Like, it's not that silly. I mean, it's just silly season when everybody's picking Cole Strange in the fifth round, and then the fourth round, and then the third round, and he goes the first. Right? Now, did New England overdraft him? Different conversation, but you can get a feel. Like, what I know for me, the light bulb that went on was when I spent the entire offseason. There was a moment where JT Woods, the safety from Baylor, that's my alma mater, like, he was considered the number 340 prospect in the NFL. And I was like, that's insane. I mean, you should get him in like the seventh, if nothing else. He's a good safety. He could develop into a legitimate starter. And then a couple weeks later, suddenly he was in the sixth round. And I was like, well, he's still really good. You should draft him in the fifth. And then up to draft day, I was like, you should totally draft this guy in the fifth round. And he was in like every fifth round mock, like across the league. And then boom, there he was in the third freaking round, because it turns out that a talented player is a talented player, but sometimes us draftniks, and I mean, you'll see this, Donald, if you, not you specifically, but since you brought up the question, I'll bring it up. Like, when you look at JSN and his 10 to 40, I would argue that the people higher up are seeing what I think is the real value in JSN, and the people lower down are hearing JSN's falling. They're hearing that he's going to end up with a 4.5. They're hearing a bunch of things that I don't think make a difference in terms of who JSN is as a receiver. Like, if you think JSN's value is that he runs a 4.4, then you're seeing his film wrong, in my opinion. That's not to say, like you've talked about, J2K, that we may see value of a ultra possession receiver the same way. Like, you mentioned, BG, that, like, do I think JSN to have on third down and JSN to get open is worth the upgrade over third and Fields make a play versus getting the explosive play like Quentin Johnston? I'll tell you that, in my opinion, BG, if you can finish first, like, if you can have JSN there to convert you the zone first downs so that Fields can convert the man first downs, that's a lot of first downs. Like, and like, to me, I think that that Justin Fields needs just about anybody that he can take a breath and throw the ball with trust. And if the Bears can get him that, I could barely care. Rechargeable or renewable, I'm going to say something ridiculous. This is tinfoil Rob. You're going to have a hard time convincing me that JSN has a hammy problem. Like, I tend to think that JSN has an overperformance problem, where he performed so well in 2021 that he functionally took the year off. Now, that's not to say that I know anything. I don't. I just feel like I can see the tea leaves, right? Like, I think he was fine. I think maybe he tweaked something, but I think he's been healthy for a while. And that how Ohio State did that year meant nothing to him, because the moment that he got out on a football field and did anything different that he did in 2021, he would, drop his draft stock. He did enough in 2021 to be a top 10 pick. But that's just my opinion. Like, or Amora, there's definitely an argument to be made that he is a quitter. Like, not literally. I don't think there is. It's more to say, Amora, that I think it sounds like a quitter when you think of it through the lens of just standard football. But think about it this way, Amora. If you get drafted in the first round, you make a guaranteed $30 million. If you blow your hamstring out and you get drafted in the second round, which is the Jalen Smith story. He went from top 5 pick to middle of the second round. You make $8 million. So in a sense, while it sounds like quitting, you could argue that maybe there's family pressure that we just don't know about, right? That pushed him to say, I need to protect my investment. And my investment is a crazy 2021 season. Again, who's to say that means that he'll be heavy metal? Like, in the NFL. I don't know, right? But it's more to point out that I think quitter is a harsh label for collegiate athletes, that with NIL now they're getting paid a little more. A lot of them are going back to school, et cetera, et cetera. But, let's see, I swear to you, I don't think I don't think you're crazy at all. Like, Jordan, I don't think you're crazy at all. I've been thinking the same thing all year long, where I feel like Jalen Carter tries sometimes. And isn't that just the most bright-sidey way to look at it? Because, John, if you're still in here, I mean, like, what kind of a stupid draft argument am I really making when I go, oh yeah, well, Jalen Carter isn't actually trying? I mean, doesn't that just sound like one of those stupid playground arguments that you hear 8-year-olds make? Like, I'm a grown man. I shouldn't be making an excuse that a college kid isn't trying. Like, can't he wear that? I would literally rather a college kid, as far as a scout goes, be faking an injury than playing but not trying, because I can't. It's hard to tell the difference, right? And that's the thing, Renewable. I agree with you that it's a red flag in a world where there's not major money on the line. But kind of like Cody Owen said earlier, like, I just wonder whether the dynamic changes when you've got millions and millions of dollars, an 8-figure number on the line. Because the moment you have an 8-figure number on the line, I think humans do weird things. It's just a guess. I don't know. I've never had an 8-figure number on the line. But, like, yeah, exactly, John, right? Like, it's the only argument, isn't it? Like, it's like you're talking about. Like, Donald, that's the other problem. If you go out there and you get your ankle, like, not just dislocated. Like, if you have one of those Seth Russell injuries at Baylor where your ankle is just completely sideways, how do you come back from that? Like, if you go out there and you, I don't know, like, it's just, I do not envy the kids who are sophomores and show that they are it in every sense of the word, and that they have to play an entire season for a fraction of the money because the NFL doesn't allow them to come out after the best season of their life and make a ton of money. Look, it's not my problem. It's a first world problem. I get all of this, but it does sound like some legitimate mental load, in my opinion, to have to like make those decisions, you know? It's tough. But so let me see. Earlier we had like I would rather have a player couldn't stand not playing for a whole year, that competitive fire. Oh, I totally hear you, Amora. But at the same time, I think that there are some of the best players in football that don't have that attitude. That's not to say that they can't, right? It's more to say that I think that there are some of these receivers, for instance, that I don't know how. I think there are some of these guys that save that competitive fire for the NFL. Some of them, at the very least. Eric, I tend to agree with you. I think that when Marvin Harrison looks this good, the fact that he has to play in college for another year is just a little strange. Like, I get that we're trying to make sure that 20-year-old boys don't get their bodies broken in half by NFL grown adults, but it's just a bizarre feeling when you look at some of these guys and you're like, why can't Trevor Lawrence come out? He just won a national championship, or like as a sophomore and a freshman. I mean, it's strange, but I don't know. Like, it's not something that we're gonna solve sitting here going on midnight. Yep, going on midnight. You got to be kidding me. Every time. Which day 2 running back do I think could replace Montgomery? You want Tank Bigsby, Amora? I don't know. I am not that deep into running back tape. Like I just watched Roquan Johnson. So if you think that got me excited, it didn't. I think that there are some really interesting tight ends, which I've talked about a lot, but I think there's some seriously fun ones. BG, do I think, we talked about that a little bit. Let's see, because I just want to miss somebody. Let's see. Once I watched everything I could from Hyatt, I changed my mind. Thought he was the same, but I think I see something special. No. J2K, you're seeing what I'm seeing. Hyatt is a flat dog. Like, you think Roquan Johnson's that good, Jordan? Really? Like, I thought Roquan's fine. Like, I don't think there's just about any wiggle in his hips. Not literally none, but not that much. I thought Texas used him as almost a fullback half the time, and the fact that he's a change of pace running back will always make me wonder what he's going to look like as he gets more carries within a game, which, hey, I don't know where like those carries need to come from, and maybe I need to watch not the Alabama game. That would be understandable too. But I'm just trying to get a sense for all these guys before they go to the Senior Bowl. There's plenty of this where it's like, if I need to double click on a guy, I want to, but I'm trying to watch almost 125 players by January 29th with a full-time job. So I'm doing what I can. Let me see. Haplo, I'm curious about the Saquon thing. That's not to say that I don't think DG's right. Don, if there's one thing I'm hoping for with Washington, let me be clear about it. So Washington just fired Scott Turner because that guy, I don't know how closely everybody follows my Twitter. I retweeted a video that I thought was super cool where like NBC Washington, one of their on-field reporters just went ballistic on the team, basically saying that losing to the Browns was absolutely embarrassing. This is the status quo. Get ready for it. Everything sucks, and there's an ownership change. The ownership change is going to completely park the bus on anybody getting fired, because why would you want to fire Ron Rivera, hire somebody else, and then fire that coach because you didn't pick the ownership? So sucks to be you if you're a Washington fan. Get used to it. This is the team, and it will be until the ownership change is done. And I was like, damn. Wow. That is a take. But you know what? They might be right, because Scott Turner taking a bullet meant for Ron Rivera is crazy. Let me see. What are we talking about? So let's see. Oh, I catch you, Jordan. Yeah. And also, by the way, J2K, purely because I think, so I agree with you about waiting on those positions, but I still need to just see it. Jordan, like they will stay the same thing because they're right. The main thing I'm thinking is if the owners don't want to hand out huge money, and if the status quo is the status quo, well, then isn't there a chance that they don't want to tie up roughly $100 million in the defensive line? Like, I know that's Washington's thing. I know that's Washington's thing. But that's a lot. Like, they're going to extend Sweat. They need to. I mean, you just don't get edge talent that good. And then they've already extended Allen. Allen's a beast. Chase Young is Chase Young. He's exactly the kind of guy who's going to get crazy paid. But Donald, I got to ask, if you're just sitting in a status quo year, why would you pay all 4 of your defensive linemen? Right? And maybe you hit Deron Payne with the tag, but you're going to hit a nose tackle with, like, the tag? I mean, maybe you do it anyways. It's totally possible. But you're going to do that in a status quo, tide the bus year? Like, that's the part where I'm suddenly starting to think that, maybe there's a chance this guy actually gets to free agency. Like, I don't know. Like you're saying, they're investing in that second round. Like, I just think that there's a decent chance that Washington's going to say, we have a lot of talent on this defensive line. Like, we can get our pass rush from the second round guy we just took and Chase Young coming back, because Chase Young hadn't been healthy. And if Deron Payne gets to Chicago, I'm going to throw a parade for myself. Because I agree with you, John. I think he has to. And if I was them, I would stick Young, or I would keep Young. And I'm juiced up. Like, it's Deron Payne basically gets you 2-3 techs. Like, I had a conversation with Greg Gabriel, and Greg Gabriel was like, if they pay Payne, he's coming to play 3 tech. And I'm like, no, he's not. He better not be. The whole magic to Payne is that he's a nose tackle. Envision Eddie Goldman, but he's a 9.5 sack a year guy. That's what you're looking at. That's insane. Like, let me see. How do you look at Payne with this monster year and walk freely? I'd rather just tag, trade, and let somebody else pay. That's possible too, Jordan. But either way, you're getting rid of him. Like, frankly, if I'm the Bears, I'm thinking about it. Just because, like, that is so strong for this. Like, my thought is, Jordan, there's a chance that if you let Payne walk and you're medium smart, the Bears could pay as much as, is there such thing as a second round compensatory, or is a third the highest it gets? Because the Bears may throw that much money at him, and I'd be fine with it. Like, Payne, to me, we talked earlier about how Eddie Jackson is, to me, I think I've talked about this before with you guys. I think the definition of an incredible defender is a defender that plays like 2 defenders. Like, Eddie Jackson, to me, takes up the space that 2 defenders take up. I think Deron Payne is a 1 tech plus a 3 tech, and then you add a 3 tech. And if you had Carter and Payne, jeepers. If you had Draymond Jones and Payne, jeepers. If you had Buckner and Payne, jeepers. If you had Payne, Buckner, and Tyree Wilson, good Lord. If you had Payne, Buckner, or if you had Payne, Draymond Jones, and Tyree Wilson, good Lord. Like, I mean, to me at least, like, what if Payne doesn't want to play nose tackle? Reminds you of the Hainsworth situation. I think he'll be fine. I mean, it's possible, but he's certainly not the, let's call it the, he's not the body type that Hainsworth is, if you're picking up on what I'm saying. J2K, I love Draymond Jones. I really do. I think Draymond Jones rules. The only concern, I guess, that I have with Draymond at this point is in a world where they pay Payne silly money. I just wonder if they would pay Draymond Jones the same season. Like, that's a ton for the defensive line. And you know what? Weeks ago, when the Bears sucked, I wanted to envision it. But trying to be as reasonable as possible, I think you get one or the other, right? And I tend to think that the Bears want to leave their 3T options open. So I don't think they would do it. But hell, what do I know, right? It's just not that simple. I have no idea. I mean, it's crazy to me to think about just like how much the Bears could get. But if you have Draymond Jones and then you draft Carter, there's no question about, like, what do you do with them? You put them on rotation, you go dominate. But somebody's eventually got to play nose. Like, you can't necessarily run your whole scheme off of 1.5 gap penetrators. You could try. But I'll tell you, to me, I tend to agree with you. Like, to me at least, when I think Tyree Wilson, like, because who was it? Was it Haplo that you mentioned that, let me see. Somebody mentioned that they feel like Tyree's getting overrated. Oh, it's Amora. Who's telling you that? Because I'm very curious. Yeah, Amora, I'm going to update the Senior Bowl bar. Don't worry about that. Let's see here. Because we made it. Let me see. Donation goal. Visual settings. It was for you. I will. Absolutely. To me, I can't help thinking that, oh, it's because I did one. That's hilarious. Boom. But so, the NFL Stock Exchange from PFF really didn't like him from tape. They say the NFL is just in love with his traits, but that he has bad technique. I mean, yeah. Like, the main thing that I look at it with Amora is Tyree Wilson is an alien. Like, to me, the difference between... So, Brandon mentioned earlier that Flus is going to love Myles Murphy, and what makes me mad is that I agree with him. So, I would much rather them take somebody like Tyree, because I think Tyree has a massive opportunity to be better than Myles Murphy, and that Myles Murphy is basically going to be the second coming of Leonard Floyd. Big body, he'll stop the run, neat. That's not what I'm looking for in a top 10 pick. But so, it's not that let's see... that there's some projection involved, and that his ceiling as a pass rusher might not be as high. Like, the problem that I have, Cohen, is that Cody, sorry, not Cohen, is I can't help but wonder. Okay, so Cody, let's get real, right? If there's one thing that a lot of people hate to talk about, it is how important it is in the NFL to stop the run. Like, it's a boring conversation, right? Most people don't want him to or they don't want to talk about stopping the run because they think that the run's unimportant, right? And that's not to like dunk one way or another. It's more to say that when you say that the foundation of a defense has to be stopping the run, people go, no, let him run it all they want to. And then Brandon Staley's Chargers give up the 32nd most rushing, or like the most rush yards per attempt in the NFL, don't make the playoffs, get beat by the freaking Raiders last year, and nobody says anything. Like, nobody talks about it. Nobody says, hey, maybe not being able to stop the run is actually a huge issue. Like, and that you have to be able to do that. That's the foundation of what built the 2018 Bears defense. Like, you have to stop the run. You have to stop the run. There is no other choice. And if you can swallow the run with less guys, the less guys you can beat the run with, the better. And when I look at somebody like Tyree Wilson, that's exactly right. Like, John, Anderson is as polished a player as you're just about going to get, whereas Tyree Wilson is an absolute silly, slobbery athlete. Like, I mean, huge, long, fast, not that refined, but you know what? Even the little flashes of technique that you've seen, he's so pasted Big 12 tackles that it just makes you go, oh my goodness. And that's the thing, Cody. I know they're not exactly the same. When I said Leonard Floyd, to be clear, Cody, I was talking about how I'm specifically talking about how Floyd was almost all projection off of his athleticism. And then in the NFL, he never really amounted to a ton in his stint in Chicago. That's really what I'm saying. Like, just in that Myles Murphy is going to be the pick that leaves us wanting more. Right? Tyree Wilson, at least you know why you're wanting more. With Murphy, I feel like I'm frustrated because I don't feel like he does enough on his tape to justify the top 10. I actually kind of find myself wondering how he got into top 10 conversation, and then I remember it's just his body type. And like you said, Julian, pass rushing is cooler. Like, it is. What I think Tyree Wilson will be really good at, just being like, I think Tyree Wilson will be a run monster. Like, which is that really what you're looking for? Is like a top 5, top 8 pass rusher? You tell me. But you got to remember that in an offense or in a defense where they're drafting Wilson, they found a good 3-tech and they probably got Payne. Now, that's real projection. But in a world where Tyree Wilson is your main, like, pass rusher, I think you're in a bit of a jam, especially with him as a rookie. But if you have Payne and you have, if you have Payne and you have, I don't know, a good 3-tech, let's say it's Draymond Jones, then I think Tyree Wilson is going to put enough pressure on your edge that you're going to push him up into those guys. Let's see. Amora, you mentioned, is pass rushing cooler? Pure line play is cooler. It just happens the sacks get more broadcast time. I agree. Like, the pass rushing is cooler comment is mostly a joke on just that's what gets the most attention, right? I want the best football player possible. And while Tyree Wilson at 3-tech would be baller, because I agree with you, Jordan, I also think that he's got the frame for a Flus defensive end. Like, where Flus would feel like, okay, I said earlier that that Payne would be like getting a 1T and a nose tackle. I think that Payne, or he would basically look at somebody like Tyree Wilson and J2K, as silly as it sounds. I tend to think that he would basically try to have 3-3-techs. Like, that you have a defensive end that basically plays like a 3-tech, an actual 3-tech, and Deron Payne, who gives you some 3-tech style pass rush. But that's totally me just shooting from the hip. Like, let's see, Miles doesn't scare me as a pass rusher from the edge. No, I agree. With Miles Murphy in particular, I think that makes much more sense. Amora, going back to Quentin Johnston, I think Quentin Johnston rules. I think the question with him becomes, do the Bears need down guys, or do the Bears need big play guys, right? And in my opinion, I think that Chase Claypool has the genetic makeup of a big play guy. I think that Mooney can help you with down, but if we noticed anything this season, we need more help, like on down. So while Quentin Johnston's really good, I mean, can we agree that against Georgia, you saw that you cannot necessarily live and die off of what Quentin Johnston can give you? The scary thing, for me, is that if you took just about every receiver away from the Lions, Amon-Ra St. Brown would still catch 11 catches for a ton of yards. Like, 11 catches for 95 to 105 yards. Like, to me, what the Bears are missing is a receiver that Justin Fields is willing to throw too short. And I can't help thinking that that's really, really helpful. Like, really, really helpful. It's not to say that I hate Quentin Johnston, right? It's more to say that Jackson Smith-Jigba, to me, like, okay, so J2K, I think where we've gotten off in the past is that when I say Jackson Smith-Jigba has a high floor and that makes me feel better, I think for once I mean it. Like, with Fields, I want players that I can count on, at least a little bit. Like, even if it's just with my first rounder, right? Even if it's just with JSN, if I could look the camera in the eyes and say, I think this kid has a real shot to be the 15th best receiver in the NFL, and he's at least going to be the 20th best receiver in the NFL. Maybe he's got a shot to be the 10th best. And I know he'll be the 20th best. Like, exactly, Jordan. Like, that's an option. Because if you can do that, I think that helps Fields an awful lot in a pivotal 2023 year. Like, the problem for me is that if Fields doesn't produce in 2023, we got a problem. Like, the organization just has an issue that they'll have to work through. And I love Fields, so I want him to produce in 2023 so that we can just answer. Like, I agree with you, Amora. I actually do think he's one of the best receivers in the draft. Like, I think depending on what you're looking for in a receiver, he's outstanding, and I would love to have him. He's not Marvin Harrison, where he's just utterly dominant in the way people want him to dominate. But when you catch 300 yards in a bowl game, you have my attention. So renewable, you asked, what's the difference between JSN, Addison, and Flowers? Flowers, I'm not an expert on, but I can tell you that Addison is a foot frequency guy. So he moves extremely quickly. He cuts extremely quickly because he basically, for lack of a better word, everybody else takes 3 steps in the time that Addison takes 5. And for a lot of complex routes, that's all of the difference in the world. Like, his ability to hit an out route, his ability to hit a post corner, his ability to run a blaze out is all based on the fact that he takes so many steps and is so agile. Plus, he's got the speed to threaten all kinds of people. He's somebody who will put safeties in a bind whenever he wants to. JSN is a poker player at his finest. He will make you make the first move. There's just no good way around it. And I think he's terrifying. He's scary in the way that guy who shows up at the poker table, but like truly doesn't give you any cues. And then you slowly realize he's a very good poker player. That's JSN. He's the guy who will toy with people like you're talking about, Jordan, where it's Renfro plus, where he will win almost any third down that he wants to, or frankly, any route that he wants to, unless you double cover him, or unless you drop into zones and he just happenstantially runs into a zone where like somebody's just standing there, which theoretically should open somebody else. But then he pops. And honestly, J2K, I kind of felt the same way about Addison. Like, I need to watch more tape on a lot of these guys so that I can frankly understand the first round allure of some of them. Because I actually think Addison's riding off of a good little bit of last year's hype. I thought, oh gosh, who's 4? It wouldn't surprise me, Jordan. I should watch some of the 2021 tape, honestly. And yes, Julian, a lot less. Because who's 4 on USC? That kid can play. Like, I know he's got a name. Is it Mario something? But because I think it is. But anyways, the point is that to me, let's see. You gotta be kidding me. We really went past midnight. That is just ridiculous. Football's great. Ain't football great? But so let me see. I need to watch the 1,600-yard Pitt season. Like, that just seems silly. Josh Downs outperformed Addison last year when Addison was at Pitt. He outperformed him? Like, are you kidding? Wait, Addison had 1,600 yards and Josh Downs had more than 1,600 yards? Who was this quarterback? Oh, it was Pickett. Duh. Guess I'm gonna have to go watch some Kenny Pickett film. But that's so funny. I got you. So they weren't on the same team. Now I understand. I was like, who's the quarterback that was throwing 1,600 yards and still had 1,800 yards in him for somebody else? I was like, jeepers. But like, anyways, I can't help thinking that the Bears are in a good position. The question is, what are they going to do? And a lot of that's going to get answered around free agency. Guys, if there's one thing that I can't do, not only can I not get these players to market, obviously, like Robert Schmitz, a football streamer, cannot get these players to market. But maybe most importantly, there's one other aspect to this that we have to talk about, okay? The Bears can't just make free agents want to play with them, right? What's my old man rant, J2K? But like, to me, the biggest question that we don't have answered is how many players want to play for Chicago? How many? When LaShawn McCoy goes out on ESPN and says, I've talked to receivers and none of these guys want to play with Fields, is he telling the truth? Like, I'm not saying that it's every receiver's opinion. I'm not saying it's Nobody's opinion, right? Like, we'll see, won't we? I mean, we don't know. We don't know. Well, I don't know how many people are going to have watched enough Bears games that they have the context to say, oh, well, they were in like 8 really close games and they lost 7 of them. Like, I don't know how many people are going to have the context to say, oh, well, Fields is a stud and I have to play with him, even though his passing yards totals are relatively low. I don't know how many people are going to have the context to be like, yeah, I know that's a 3-14 team, but like, I think they're about to pop off. That takes some selling. Like, that takes some belief. And I agree with you, Amora. Like, I tend to think, hey, Foster, thanks so much for subscribing. Like, I tend to think that players around the league know, at least plenty of them do, but free agency is a wild card. Like, okay, here's an example, right? I don't know anything, but what if the Bears, so who's the Packers receiver that got out of Green Bay just last year? Marquez Valdes-Scantling. Who's the Packer receiver that the Bears more than likely targeted with a pretty big deal? Marquez Valdes-Scantling. Is this so hard to imagine that the Bears were going to poach as many Packers as they could, right? This makes sense in my head, at the very least. Where did Marquez Valdes-Scantling end up signing? Kansas City. Would it surprise any of you guys? Not that we know, right? Would it surprise any of you guys if the Bears had offered more, but then he wanted to go play in Kansas City? It wouldn't surprise me. I would want to play for Mahomes. Like, it's to me, the biggest problem that the Bears have to solve is, can they become a destination, or are they going to, like, can they become a destination, or are they going to just have to chuck money at people? Like, we made fun of Jacksonville a lot, but I got to ask, how much of Jacksonville, like, that this isn't, by the way, to, like, completely double back on a take either, at least I'm trying to, like, how much of Jacksonville's ridiculous deals came down to the fact that people didn't want to play in Jacksonville, and Trevor Lawrence wasn't enough, and if Balky was going to get the help that he was going to get, that they had to just offer fat money, like fat money. And Amora, I think that's definitely key, but that there are some players that may not be enough. Cold hard cash is what talks to some people, but at the same time, winning a Super Bowl is huge. A bigger role is help, but yeah, it's tough. Like, you would hope that no income tax has to help a lot, but Eric, you tell me, is there state income tax in Illinois? Like, honestly, but it's just going to be interesting. Like, free agency will tip a lot of balance. The reason I say this is because we could spend all this time talking about it. We're probably not going to do a ton. Like, I don't want to do none, but we're probably not going to do a wild amount of free agency primers, if only because, oh God, I'm sorry guys. There's property tax that's really bad in Texas, but there's a lot less income tax. But so the main thing that I'm thinking about is, gotta love that renewable. Oh, that's no negotiating leverage. Yeah, love it. But so, the problem with free agency primers is that if I don't know, like, yeah, that's true, John. Like, the main thing that I'm sitting here thinking about, and you guys tell me, is like, I love the idea of doing a lot of free agency work. I love the idea of a whole lot of free agency content. I think going through and talking about who this was backbreaking. This was heartbreaking. Davis Mills, no. But so anyways, I want to do, hey, what's this defense going to look like if you add Draymond Jones? Hey, what's this defense going to look like if you add Deron Payne? Hey, what's this defense going to look like if you add Sheldon Rankins, if you add Dalvin Tomlinson, if you add Alan Lazard, if you add Jacoby Myers? Like, all this stuff's great. If you add Ethan Pochich, if you add Connor, I think his name's Connor Williams, like, it's neat, but that's exactly right, Jordan. Like, you do all that, and then Deron Payne doesn't sign. and then and then Draymond Jones doesn't sign, and Ethan Pochich gets tagged, and like whatever else it may be. Like, it's free agency is a really fun thought, like especially as a fan, but as a content creator, I have no idea. Like, that's the problem. And so it helps us for the draft, right? Because like you're saying, J2K, you can't put all your chips on Payne. As soon as you start dreaming about the defense with Payne exclusively, you set yourself up for disappointment and failure. So I want to be smart about this. I want to help set expectations appropriately. I agree with you, DG. I think that it should hopefully be a blessed year for the Bears, that they have max cap space. They have the number 1 overall pick. We hope they have a franchise quarterback. And they have a GM that'll use the word premium position and positional value, which I'm a big fan of. Oh, man. Back-to-back picks. Exactly, Jordan. Like, we can't express joy when it doesn't happen. Or like until it happens, because who's to say it will? And if you don't believe me, how many teams have theoretically, any baseball fans in here, how many teams have signed Carlos Correa at this point? Is it 3 now? Like, I have seen the graphic and the breaking news thing at least a couple times where it's like, I think, yeah, it's 3. So what happens? Just keep failing physicals? How does it keep wiggling out? Oh, it's a baseball thing raging. Like, it's there's a guy, the former Houston Astro, Carlos Correa, that what's the word? Like, he signed with the San Francisco Giants, but then he didn't. And then he signed with the Mets, but then he didn't. And now he's signing with the Twins. Bizarre. But anyways, guys, it's been a heck of a Bears season. Heck of a Bears season. And I think it's a season that we're all glad is over. I'm with you, John. Like, it's tough because, like, it was fun watching Fields this season. And I'm not trying to take away from that. But also, every single game was watching Fields, like the All-22 in particular, was watching Justin Fields go back and forth between having a situation around him that didn't make things any easier. Thank you so much, Amora. Seriously. Thank you so much. That means so much. Yeah, like you're saying, Donald, he'd run for his life. He would he would throw and pray as far as his receivers went. He'd go through reads. We'd see him get to third reads, and then we'd see him go 1, 2, 3, 4 with nothing open and take a sack. And people like me had to go through the tape and pick at and scratch at all the mistakes that he made, because if I didn't, I would have been massively out of line, even though it was obvious that this quarterback wasn't being helped in the slightest. And it's so funny when like a Nathan Peterman comes in and faces a terrible defense, and the offense looks like it has some juice, even though they obviously only scored like 13 points. So how much juice is it really? Because it felt like, especially as we started to climb towards facing the Eagles and facing the Bills and facing the Jets, that the offense just had no answers for anything. Like, and that's okay. It's okay to admit. It just made for hard watching. Like, to me, John, that's the big thing I know I talk about or think about, is that this season felt like an injury was borderline guaranteed. The Atlanta injury felt like it was a long time coming, more so than anything else. And honestly, I think the fact that it got capped off by that week 17, yeah, one of the fun, and it was Foster. Like, no doubt that it was a lot better it was a lot better as a losing season than most other losing seasons. But I think there was something for me, Foster, that was a little heartbreaking about seeing Fields so hurt, running around looking partially concussed with what could have very well been a hip pointer. like after that long run, and yet somehow he was still the focal point of the offense, even though we had built this very, very complex running game that just wasn't getting off the ground because the offensive line was getting dominated. In fact, I don't know. Like, the problem is, at what point do you hold the chef accountable for the fact that all the ingredients were rotten? Like, it's, I don't know. Like, it's complicated. It's got a lot of layers to it. Because I tend to think that a coach deserves I tend to think 1 year's problem is a player problem, and then you add players, you change players, you switch the roster around, and then 2 years of problems is a coaching problem, or at least more of a coaching problem. Sometimes it's still a player problem. I tend to default to player problem an awful lot, but I get the vibe of what they were trying to do from Getsy stuff. But yeah, like, you can blame any individual, but it does. It, like, at some point the GM, like, the buck stops there. But we'll just have to see. Either way, the season came to an exciting finish, a truly exciting finish, with Davis the Neck Mills making some huge plays for the sake of the Bears. The Bears get the number 1 overall pick. This offseason should be a blast and a half, and I mean, it really should. Like, the offseason should be like, let's see, would I like Jacoby Myers here? Sure. Like, it's not that he doesn't fit. It's more that anybody that's going to separate and give Fields an open target to throw at is going to get me excited. That's for sure. Yeah, no kidding, Donald. And the football gods really shined on this one. We're just gonna have to wait and see. Like, yeah, it's true, Foster. At least it seemed that way. Like, I can't help but think that we're just gonna have to wait and see. But until then, enjoy it. I mean, truly soak it in. Like, the Bears have the number 1 pick, and what that means to us is that the sun is shining on Chicago. We get to watch what should be an awfully fun offseason where everybody's going to get linked to the Bears. Oh, one other thing that I guess I should close on. So, I am 5'5". Let me see. Like, input on teams with cap issues and who might get cut. Ooh, that'd be interesting. Like, I'll need to do a lot of research. But so, I just said I was 5'5". I have to follow up on this. I am a nerd by default. To suggest that I belong on a football field is to suggest that I should go out there and basically die. Like, it's not obviously that dramatic, but I did not play in the NFL. If you didn't figure that out. I played middle school and a little bit of high school football, but, like, not really. The point is that I understand I may not exactly be the perfect source of information, but the number 1 pick changes a lot. And one of the things that it changes is that there are a lot of hyper nerds out there. And I would consider myself a hyper nerd, but there are a lot of them that are suggesting that the Bears need to draft Bryce Young instead of instead of sticking with Justin Fields. Now, I am not. I am a huge Fields fan. I am not a Fields stan. Even so, drafting Bryce Young behind a totally incomplete team sounds like such a mistake that I don't understand why people keep bringing it up. I really don't. Like, maybe I'm too hung up on the Bryce Young size concern. Gotta be honest. It's a concern. Maybe I'm not in love with Will Levis's film. Gotta be honest. I'm not. Maybe I think it would be a little bit incestuous to draft CJ Stroud into this system right now, given that that's exactly the college that Justin Fields just came from. Gotta be honest, it would be weird. I'm with you, Donald. You're pretty much taking the words out of my mouth. Like, if this team was any better, maybe. If this team was any more complete, maybe. If the quarterbacks were like Caleb Williams, maybe. But they aren't. They're way better than last year, which is great. I mean, let's be real, guys. The best part about these conversations, this whole should we replace Justin Fields thing, is let's be honest, John. Like, the best part about these conversations is that Kevin Cole wouldn't be writing his article if he didn't think Bryce Young was worth the number 1 overall pick. That's good news. Like, the only reason that if this was last year, if the best quarterback in the draft was Kenny Pickett, they would not be saying this. Like, it would be about which defender is Chicago going to draft, right? Like, they're gonna ask some question. People want their clicks. We've talked about this before. This is media's lifeblood. Like, the problem is that it's like, because I agree with you, Haplo. It probably comes down to how you feel about Young, but at the same time, like, while you do want that cheap franchise quarterback raging, because you do, you also, like, there's only so many franchise quarterbacks. I mean, especially as the definition continues to change, like, is Cousins a franchise quarterback? Is Goff a franchise quarterback? In theory, having, like you're saying, like, it's, to me, I think, Jordan, that yes, it's about somebody who falls in love. You mentioned that it's like the 21 class. I think it's closer to the Mariota Wentz class. Like, not specifically, but I can't help thinking that in this draft, you're looking for somebody to fall in love with an option that may not be the dude. Like, Andrew Luck only comes around once every 10 or so years, and he did. And his name was Trevor Lawrence, like, last time. Yes, I know everybody absolutely loves Caleb Williams. I need to dig more into Caleb Williams' footage before I have, like, a consensus. But, like, Trevor Lawrence was the heir apparent. And he's starting to look like it. Do I want to deal the first pick before draft night or leave it to the last moment? Well before, Amora. It's not that I'm in a rush. It's that I think that you're going to get your bidding war beforehand because teams are going to get antsy somewhere around free agency. And I agree with you, Jordan. I think the fact that there were no quarterbacks last year taken means that this year there have to be some. Like, high, too. Jobs are on the line. This is how not taking a quarterback last year is how you end up getting, or like potentially having your job cost this year. Not taking a quarterback last year. Can I use an example, Jordan? The 2021 quarterback class cost your guy in Tennessee his job, whose name escapes me, like the GM. If the Tennessee Titans had been in a position to draft a John Robinson, exactly. If they had been in a position to draft a better quarterback, I think they would have. They just didn't, because there wasn't a good one. I don't blame them for the decision. It just didn't make sense, right? See, I agree, John. You said exactly what I was thinking. The draft, or you think draft if garbage, TBH, no one, or true quarterback is. Oh, I get you. Like, wait, are you J2K? Are you saying that this draft is garbage, or that the draft in general is garbage? Let's see. Oh, I don't know. I don't know about that, J2K. I really don't. I think it's been a while since the Bears were at the top of the draft, and that this is what the top of the draft generally feels like. Like, I know that's actually more depressing, but that's how I feel about it. And McFact, I agree that the ability to develop a quarterback is important. But McFact, can I ask you something? Do you think the Bengals? Do you think Zach? Do you think that how on earth am I forgetting his name? Like, do you think that? Because I always call him Zach Brown Band in my head. Taylor, thank you. Do you think that Zach Taylor can develop a quarterback? Do you think that Cincinnati, a city known obviously, McFact, for its its quarterback exceptionalism, do you think that city can develop a quarterback? No way. Joe Burrow's just that guy. Like, I think Joe Shiesty gets way too much press. Can I be honest, guys? And if you're one of these people, know that I love you. I say this out of all love. I can be a bit of a contrarian sometimes. So when all the wonderful friends that I know that are very casual football fans, that are obsessed with Joe Burrow, that are like, Joe Burrow's the coolest guy ever. And I'm like, I know way too many people that if if Tyreek Hill did and said some of the stuff that Joe Burrow did and said, that it wouldn't be received as well. If Andy Dalton or Eli Manning did some of that stuff, I don't think it goes over as well. Or I don't know, maybe Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson probably doesn't go over as well. But Joe Shiesty gets tons of credit. Look, the guy's awesome. No doubting it. I got to tell you guys, McFact, at what point is it just on the quarterback that they did or didn't develop? That's really what I'm leading to, right? At what point is it Trubisky's fault that Trubisky's not a starter, not the Pittsburgh Steelers' fault or the Buffalo Bills' fault or the Chicago Bears' fault? At what point is it Tom Brady's just exceptional drive that made him the GOAT? At what point is it Aaron Rodgers' ability to work, to work hard, that made him what he is? Jordan, I agree with you that having weapons helps you develop. Of course it does. Duh. That helps you find what you're good at. But at the same time, I tend to think that Justin Fields, I'll use an example, McFact. The Bears didn't develop a single receiver, not really, during Matt Nagy's furry tenure, right? Until Darnell Mooney showed up. And I don't think he did anything with the coaches. I mean, they still had COVID protocol, right? It's more to say that I look at, there's some of these football players that they just want to do it. Whatever it is in that case. Adam Vinatieri wanted to do it from the kicking spot, for crying out loud. I look at the fact that I think the most exciting thing about Justin Fields is that he sounds like a guy that wants it, and he sounds like a born leader. And if the Bears foul up developing him, I'm going to be pretty mad about it, because he truly says and does all the right things. We are not talking about Mitch. Sorry, Mitch. We aren't talking about Cade McNown. We aren't talking about Jay Cutler. We aren't catching articles and smoke and everything in between that tells you that the team doesn't like him or whatever that means. And instead, we're hearing everybody from John Jones to Darnell Mooney to, gosh, who's the guy who said it just the other day? It was Khalil Herbert. Everybody keeps going, what are you excited about next year? And they say, Justin Fields. What? I get it. They're supposed to go to bat for their team, but you used to have to actually ask a pointed question to get people to talk about Mitch during the 2018 season. With Justin Fields, they want to bring it up. I don't think it's that easy, you're talking about, John. I mean, let me use an example, McFact. If it was as simple as the right coach and the right, I'll use it. Thank you, McFact, because I actually want to build up to that. To me, if it was as simple as talent plus coach plus city equals good, Mac Jones should have made another Pro Bowl. To me, the New England Patriots have been a dynasty of churning out solid quarterbacks. And you would think that that's not the case because it's just Brady. But they developed Castle. They developed they developed Castle. They developed Garoppolo. They developed Brissett. New England's been churning quarterbacks out. And then I 100% agree, Amora. You took the words out of my mouth. They gave him Matt Patricia, the offensive coordinator. And surprise, Mac Jones doesn't look like himself. It's just not as simple that as city and team and I hear you. I basically just think that where there's Andy Reid, who is a beast, there's also Patrick Mahomes. He wants it, clearly. He gets it. I think that the guy who wears, 10, that sounds like Kermit the Frog, is one of the most aggressive and competitive people in the NFL, and he just wins so often that he does it with a smile. Mahomes' worst season is losing the AFC Championship. 15, thank you, Jordan. Mahomes to me is still just an amazing feat of football accomplishment that I truly cannot wait to see whatever the journey's end is. Not soon, I hope, because he's been in the league for 6 years, and he's either won the Super Bowl, lost the Super Bowl, or lost the AFC Championship, of which he has 2 of those. So Mahomes has never, as a starter, not won a playoff game. I mean, really think about it. That is crazy. But so, for crying out loud, Jordan, I don't think there's a world in which I could even pretend to hope that Justin Fields is as good as Patrick Mahomes. Patrick is just, it's just him. That's not to say that, technically, McFact, as silly as it sounds, Fields had Andy Dalton and he had Nick Foles, and surprisingly enough, Fields was a better passer as a rookie. I kind of agree with you. I guess he's got Simeon, right? But I also don't know if you have to be objectively good to be a mentor, because I think Chase Daniel was a perfectly okay mentor. It just, I don't know. That's what makes this so weird, right? McFact is did Trubisky play his best ball in Chicago? It seems that way, doesn't it? Or do we think that he's playing better in Pittsburgh? I guess I could see it both ways. Jordan, I'm curious to see what Russell Wilson's success even is. Is that this close to the MVP but fades at the end of the year, Russell Wilson? Because I'm curious. I tend to think that Fields has the opportunity to truly blaze his own trail. That's the good news. In theory, Justin Fields can be a quarterback that the NFL hasn't seen yet, for better or for worse. But he's got to get there. He's got to get there. We gotta see it. And with that, we will go ahead and close the stream. Well, okay, there is one other thing I gotta say. Just one. Nobody's gonna like it, but it's true. I think there is a chance. All right, welcome to it. Here it is. Here's the part where Robert says something that is a flat, hot take. Okay? I think that there is a chance that Matt Nagy is a really good coach. Has been a really good coach. I think the idea of him being a head coach may not have even been a bad idea. But if you follow these Andy Reid coaches, you see a trend. I don't think any of them bring staffers with them. If you told me that Matt Nagy got the current rules where you could promote somebody, right? Remember, when Matt Nagy was hired, everybody is an assistant, right? So they're all assistant coaches. Your offensive coordinator is an assistant coach in the eyes of the NFL. So if Matt Nagy wants to bring somebody with him from Kansas City, he can't, because he has to hire his offensive coordinator. And if you tried to hire somebody from within the Chiefs organization, you get owned. Andy Reid puts a block down, you can't do it. Well, if Matt Nagy had theoretically left within the the day and age of now, where offensive coordinators considered a promotion, you can't block it, and he brought with him Mike Kafka years earlier, even just that one choice, let alone if he'd brought his own defensive coordinator, not that I know who he would have run, I'm so curious to see what would have happened. Because J2K, like you're talking about, I wonder how, I think it wouldn't have been surprising if Nagy's selfishness was always going to be an issue. But I can't help but notice the fact that he had to go back to find his college roommate from Delaware in Mike Fury, who's a better coach, or not a better coach, a better head coach than he is wide receiver coach. He seems like he sucked at coaching. It's, to me, I can't help but look at Matt Nagy and the fact that Andy Reid loves him and Pat Mahomes really likes him. And they brought Nagy back, and the Chiefs' passing game took a step forward. Like, it is hard. I am not trying to say that Matt Nagy is the one that got away. Like, I don't know if he'll ever be a good head coach, but while I know we're joking around about how that carousel play had Nagy written all over it, like, it's so funny that they scored on it. Like, I tend to think that Matt Nagy comes out like, or the vibe that I get is that Matt Nagy is a good big picture coach, and that he had no implementation around him, and that at the end of the day, that's not an excuse. Like, you as the head coach are responsible for your team's execution, regardless of the talent, regardless of the coaching. Like, Matt Eberflus has to own the fact that Matt Eberflus has to own the fact that the team's 3-14. But the only reason he gets a pass, like Jordan, I know we talked about this earlier. The only reason that the Bears get a medium pass this year is because they were trying to lose. Like, that's the problem. That at least I see. Yeah, you're right, John. That's hilarious. And so you end up with, like, me having to give out a bunch of non-completes because what am I supposed to do? Come up with a grade for a team that I think successfully tanked their way to number one? Like, we have to see another year, and if they're literally just still awful, then they must have been trying in these games. But it's just bizarre, like, looking at these. They really were raging. Like, it's not to suggest that I think Nagy, again, can't emphasize it enough. The intriguing piece of this discussion is basically getting you to think about what are coaches, like, what makes a good coach good, what makes a bad coach bad, and how would you be able to know if a coach got overpromoted, right? If Matt Nagy is not even a good OC, right? Like, McFact, you mentioned earlier that Bieniemy is a good OC. Bieniemy's a good OC, and yet he's had maybe one head coaching interview in 3 years. It makes me wonder if Bieniemy's role as the OC is different than like your standard offensive coordinator. Because, I mean, McFact, he is coach. He's the OC under the offense guy. Like, that's like being Sean Payton's offensive coordinator. Like, you know who the offensive coordinator is. And so I can't help but wonder with some of this stuff whether Matt Nagy wowed Pace in interviews for a reason. Whether Matt Nagy knows a thing or two about offense. Whether Matt Nagy has a good couple of ideas. I mean, you got to remember, Matt Nagy, if I understand things correctly, was fired. And say what you will about Vic Fangio, but because, I mean, Vic Fangio obviously played like a huge part in it, and Matt Nagy's offenses were awful. But at the same time, those Nagy teams were flat, like, they never quit at any point. And so I can't help but wonder, like, Nagy's friends with Peterson. Peterson got his second shot. They're popping off. Like, I'm not saying Matt Nagy's next team will pop off. Honestly, if Nagy doesn't know better coaches and doesn't hire better people, like, it's going to fail all the same. Because like you're saying, J2K, eventually Nagy lost everybody that mattered, more or less. Like, it is ironic, because you're exactly right, J2K, that past certain point, like, Nagy had his system, and I'd never heard of it as Nagy was a me guy in the middle, or like while preaching for we guys, because I think that that's a good way to put it. It's more to say that the further I get away from it, the more that I think, so to use an example, like Mel Tucker, like, where did he get hired at? He was the DC for, it wasn't Georgia, was it? Was it Alabama? Like, he went and coached college ball for a little while, and he was dominating. Like, is it MSU now? Okay, Michigan State, gotcha. Like, What's crazy to me is how quick we are to say that this coach is good, this coach sucks, right? Because, McFact, you say that Nagy failed to fit the talent or tailor the offense around the talent. I don't think that's an easy thing, especially when the Bears' offense was still pretty bereft of talent. Like, let's be clear. The worst part about being a Bears fan for the last 5 years is that the best offensive team we had was probably still the 19th to 18th best talent, best talented team in the NFL. Do you guys think that's too high for 2018? Like, Allen Robinson, a wide receiver one, sure, but like a technical contested catch guy who's going to get you half a step of separation, and then like that's your wide receiver one. Your wide receiver two is Atlanta's wide receiver 4 in Taylor Gabriel. You drafted a second-round pick in Anthony Miller that not that you know it yet, but he's going to quit on you in his sophomore year. And then your offensive line's third best offensive lineman is Charles Leno. You've got Cody Whitehair. He's playing decently at center. And like I like Leno, but it's not like that 2018 offensive line was like crazy good. It was just as good as it got. And then, like you're saying, WFM, you had Prime Cohen. For sure. Like it's not as if this team sucked. It's more like where do you think this team falls on the general talent radar? Because it was like and since then, J2K, the crazy part is when I could sit there in 2020 and say this team has no talent. What talent is there to build an offense around with? I'm not wrong. That just doesn't fix the problem, right? The moment that you to me, the moment that you say to yourself, well, there's no fixing this. Like, because I hear you, McFact, but didn't Tom Landry have some crazy talent that we're talking about? Like, Tom Landry in particular, because, like, I'm from Dallas. Like, they have legends in Dallas. And it's not to say that, basically, I agree with you. I also think, McFact, it is worth mentioning that that's the most common critique of any offense that isn't working is they're not tailoring it to their talent. And sometimes there is no talent. And fans will hype up anybody. Like, that's not to say you. That's not to say anybody in this chat. It's more to say that did we all read the same offseason articles where ESB was about to have the season of his life and Byron Pringle was actually super good and like he's any other team's wide receiver 2 and Dante Pettis was a former second rounder for a reason. Like I swooned for Pettis and he managed to drop my heart through his hands over the course of the year. Like, I mean, Eric, and you're not wrong to be pumped about Pringle, like necessarily. He was a guy who won inside and they didn't do any of it. Like, I mean, the Bears didn't play him and use him for that. It's more to say that, let me see, intermediate success. I'll take that and judge over vis-a-vis. John, what about Murray? Oh, Kyler Murray. I got you. The point is that it kind of did, Z. Technically, he was a couple yards off. But the point being that fans will take a completely talentless roster and point to how Cole Kmet's actually a burgeoning top 5 tight end. Like, that's not to say that everything fans say is totally, totally wrong. It's more to say that if you don't have any talent, fans will find talent to point to and say, you should be featuring David Montgomery and his 4.0 yards per carry backness more. And then his yards per carry dips to 3.7 like it did in 2021, and it's bad. Like, it's not as easy running an offense as it sounds. And that's not to say that Nagy's automatically good or gets an automatic pass. God knows. If I had a complaint about Nagy, McFact, ironically, it's that I think that the Bears under Matt Nagy trotted out 4 different fundamental offenses. They tried a fundamental West Coast offense. They tried a fundamental Kubiak style offense. They tried a fundamental Shanahan offense. Then they went back to the West Coast offense. Among other things, part of the reason they kept running curls is because half the time they didn't know what they were doing. 2021 was one of the worst coached seasons I've ever seen. And I think if Cody Owen, you're still in here, like, you ultimately said what I think, which is that I think Matt Nagy was a decent ideas guy. I think if we had Matt Nagy in this chat right now, I hold to that I think he would tell you his strength is his flexibility. I just think he couldn't teach anything, whether it was him or his assistants or his offensive coordinator or whoever it was. I think that he came up with decent ideas of let's feature Mitch Trubisky in a play action passing offense, and they could only teach it to the point where like 9 guys had any idea what they were doing. Only like 3 of them actually had a legitimate understanding that that like this is exactly how they're going to run their offense. And then 2 people would be lost on a per play basis. I mean, it is staggering thinking about how out of sync those teams were, because they really were. Was the play call technically bad? A hilarious amount of like those play calls I still remember defending. Like, have we seen now that toss crack and pin and pull running is not bad? Because Luke Getsy does it and it works. But the Bears couldn't run toss crack to save their lives. I mean, it was hilarious watching those teams where it was like they didn't run the play call right. Everybody's complaining about the play call, but they are just awful. Like they are just so poor at running these. And is it that Rashad Coward's one of the worst linemen that's ever played in the NFL? Hard to know, because everybody's making these mistakes. It did, WFM. I mean, it was a mess. And that's what's so funny. Like, Jordan, you talk about how, let me see. It's a simple defense that should rely on athletes who are green to just run around and make plays. You saw nothing of the sort. I don't disagree, but the fact that the backups came in against the Vikings and at least didn't give up 30, we're talking about some serious at leasts here. But Harrison Hand picking off a pass and Jalen Jones coming into his own, we are talking about a defense that had no pass rush. And if pass rush was easy to manufacture, everybody would do it. And by the time they started attempting to manufacture pass rush, first they pitched some of their best defensive games of the year, looking at Washington, but it's not it didn't last. Look, I'm not trying to say that if you don't have top 5 talent that's it and you're done, but I do think that the defensive cupboard was bare. And I struggle to pin that on coaching personally. That's an interesting thought. But so let's see. Offensive line execution was brutal. No one knew what the F was going on. Yeah, Alexander, you remember those streams. And then WFM, you'll never know why Nagy was fired after 2020. Probably the playoff berth. Well, you remember what Brad Biggs said about that, right? WFM, do I have to remind you? Brad Biggs put out one of the most, I wouldn't call it interesting. It's more like a, oh shoot, articles of the offseason around December of that year. And nobody ever talked about it again, but it's still out there. Yeah, it was awful, Amora. I remember that. But so you tell me if you remember WFM. If you don't remember, I'll fill you in, because I've always wondered whether Brad was right. He suggested, this is Brad Biggs, you can still go find the article, that the Bears were going to keep Nagy in pace for another year because they didn't have the money to fire him. That the McCaskies were cash poorer than met the eye, and that they didn't have the money to pay Pace and Nagy for 2 to 3 years while bringing another coach on. And so it's not to say that that's bang on. It's more to say that certainly if Brad Biggs speculated it and then never wrote about it again, it's not that hard to envision that he may have hit the nail on the head, and the McCaskies may have been like, hey, Brad, do you ever want another source in this town? You should probably shut up. I don't know. But certainly it almost makes more sense than the McCaskies really thought that 2021 was going to turn the team around. Like, I don't know the answer. It just almost makes more sense. But yeah, J2K, I remember the like after you stuff. We did a lot of comedy during those 2021 games. I remember that much. Jordan, I don't at that point. Wait, Scott, what do you mean by revenue sharing? I'm curious to what you mean like NFL revenue sharing. Honestly, I need to understand the revenue share stuff better. But so, Jordan, I still remember that the Bears' top head coaching choices, as recommended by Bill Polian, were Jim Caldwell, Dan Quinn, and Matt Eberflus. And I find it hard to believe that that Poles truly had full autonomy in the choice. I just find that hard to believe. That doesn't mean that it can't work. It's not exactly picking one guy and letting him drive the plan. Well, WFM, I'm glad you didn't get it. Sorry. I just hated the idea of Dan Quinn. I was like, how do I even sell Dan Quinn? How do I get excited about Dan Quinn? But, y'all, it's one. I suck at not talking about football. So, let's close up. Good stuff. Have a great one. Get some sleep. Talk to you soon. Bear down. Have fun in the playoffs, and let's get the offseason rolling. Bear down.